Ladies and gentlemen, dear participators of the conference, good morning. My name is Monika Vrzgulova, and on behalf of the organizers of this conference, my colleagues, I welcome all of you and thank you for your interest. The times we live are challenging, and we try to face this challenge and bring together academics from various disciplines and countries who are focused on the memory of the communist past in current European societies. Thanks to your interest, we put together a program with multi-layered perspectives and methodological approaches to this important topic. But at this moment, I would like to give the floor to the director of our workplace, the Institute of the Ethnology and Social Anthropology Slovak Academy of Sciences, Mrs. Tatiana Zachar-Podolinská.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's my greatest pleasure and honor to welcome you at this international conference devoted to the memory of socialism. I very would like to say welcome in Bratislava, but since the beginning of this year the world has changed and we are living in pandemic era, and that affects the possibility to meet people in real places and make real in-person interactions. Thus, ladies and gentlemen, let me warmly welcome you in the name of the Institute of Ethnology and Social Anthropology Slovak Academy of Sciences in this interactive online space. The topic of this conference is extremely important. It is twice important for Slovakia. As far as I know, we are hosting the conference devoted to the scientific research of socialism for the very first time. For some people, the socialism was a sort of golden age. For others, it was totalitarian regime that has produced, as a by-side effect, a sort of lost generation. But under the surface of this publicly presented monolithic story and narrative of cohesion and success, there were hidden lives of individuals and their hidden stories, unwritten, unshared, unspoken. The conference like this is thus a perfect opportunity to make these hidden lives visible and make these stories spoken out. We, as social scientists, are not here to judge the history. More precisely, we are here to say hi to individual stories of people, their recent memories of what once was our reality. Majority of us has a sort of personal experience with socialism. We were socialized in belief in science, constant progress under the leadership of one communist party. Socialism cannot be erased from our history or from our memory. It is a part of our cultural heritage, and we have to find proper way how to cope and communicate with it, or so to speak, with us. I wish you all success in it. I wish you, with the help of memories of socialism, to look under the surface and to come up with a colorful, fresh, and as much holistic picture of socialism as possible. At this point, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the convener of this conference, Dr. Monika Vrzgulova from our institute, and her team, Drs. Lubica Wolanska, Sonia Luterova, and Adam Wiesner. They invested a lot of personal energy and expertise to make this conference happen. I wish the conference smooth running, interesting speeches, and rich discussions. Stay safe, stay healthy, and mind positive.
Thank you for this nice greeting, and I will continue with some information. The Memory of the Communist Past virtual conference is a significant international event of the research grant Current Images of Socialism, organized by the Institute of Ethnology and Social Anthropology in Bratislava and funded by the Slovak Research and Development Agency. The conference offers virtual space for academics who are involved in the fieldwork research with the ambition to create an interdisciplinary platform for further potential joint project. When we planned this conference a few years ago as a part of the research plan, we had no idea, of course, that we won't be able to meet together and join the same conference rooms as usual. We were very pleased about the huge interest of you, our colleagues, to participate. And we are very happy that you took the challenge and you agreed to take part in the conference also in this virtual form. At this moment, I would like to thank and introduce the preparatory committee, colleagues of mine, who together have been preparing all components of this event. In the conference studio with me is Sonia Djarfa-Žluterová.
Hi, hello.
The others are online today. I say hello to Ľubica Volanska, who will be in the studio tomorrow, and I send greetings to Czech Republic, to Adam Wisnar and Petra Schindler-Wisten, and to Brussels, to Slavka Očenášová. Thanks to your intensive work, we can open the conference today.
Yeah, thank you very much. And wish us a lot of luck, because this is everything so new for us. So I hope that everything will run smoothly. So well, we have got more than 40 abstract submissions. So we will have a lot of panels and a lot of presentations. We prepared program which is divided into the panels, which are focused on various themes. Institutional memory, methodological approaches, relation between individual and sort of general narrative about socialism, nostalgia phenomenon, political discourse, role of media, museums, and all of these combined and in connection, connected, related to the construction of the memory of the communist past. We divided the around 40 presentations into the 12 panels. And the first and second day of conference will be opened by the lecture of the key speaker. In a few moments, we will give floor to Professor Gelinada Grishenko, who is with us already online. And the second day will be opened by Michal Bukowski from Poland. The third day, so on Friday, we will finish and wrap up the whole conference with the roundtable discussion. I hope it will be interesting, and please remember that you can join us into discussions through Slido, and we will provide you with the link how to send us any of your questions. But of course, you can also use Facebook and send us questions through Facebook. So please feel free to join in, and we would like it to be as lively as possible and to really generate sort of virtual meeting space and discussion as normally in normal times.
Yeah. And I would like to say that this is really our first experience. We cooperate with experts in streaming, and we hope that they will be with us the whole 3-day conference and will create a platform for fruitful exchange of information and discussion. Thank you for the whole staff, for their patience and expertise.
Yeah. They are down there in the room, but you can't see them, and you won't be, I hope. But they make it happen, basically.
Yeah. So I think this is for the start from our side everything. We will continue with the first key speech by Professor Gelinada Grishenko in a few minutes.
Yeah, so now a little break for coffee.
Yeah. Good morning for everybody. Dear colleagues, we are back. I'm sorry for the delay, but we need to keep up our schedule we planned. So now we have the first key speaker, Professor Gelinada Grinchenko. She is a professor of history at the Faculty of Philosophy, Karazin National University in Kharkiv in Ukraine. So Gelinada will speak. Her title is Oral History Practice in the Former Socialist Countries, Peculiarities and Challenges. So Gelinada will come, and I'm very happy to have you here, to hear you here, see you, and the floor is now yours.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, colleagues and guests. Thank you for inviting me to give this keynote talk, and that is the great honor for me. Thank you for introducing me. Today, I'm going to talk about dimensions of oral history praxis in former socialist countries, and in my presentation, I'll focus on three main questions. The first will be such: is there unique post-socialist oral history that can be distinguished from others oral historical discourses around the world? The second one, what defines and what drives oral historical research in former socialist countries on the European continent? And the third one will be such: what challenges faces oral historical praxis in Eastern Europe now? And are these challenges specific only for this region? Let me start. In our book, Reclaiming the Personal, Oral History in Post-Socialist Scholarship, my colleague Natalia Hanenko-Friesen and me have already started to discuss several dimensions of oral historical praxis in post-socialist scholarship, which makes this praxis unique and very interesting. Let me now develop them and then propose several challenges of oral historical praxis, which are closely connected with these statements. The first dimension concerns the fact that oral history in post-socialist contexts became a very effective intellectual tool in accessing, evaluating, and comprehending, and perhaps contributing to the ongoing and rapid pluralization of life worlds in post-socialist societies. What do we mean when we are talking about pluralization of life worlds? To put it simply, that is one of the components of major civilizational transformations the world has been subject to since the end of the World War II. Whatever it been called, late modernity, post-modernity, globalization, and so on, this new period, among many other things, has also been characterized by the growing recognition and realization of the ongoing pluralization of social worlds in which people find themselves living. In contrast to pre-modern society, where all aspects of one's life world were integrated through a symbolic universe, modern men and women typically live in a plurality of life worlds, each with its own symbolic universe. And the pluralization of these life worlds is revealed in the daily migration between private life and the world of large public institutions. In Eastern Europe, as all of us know, the global processes of pluralization have been delayed for several decades until the end of socialism in the late 90s, early 80s. The delay took place at least on two accounts. Firstly, socialist governments, even if to a various degree, worked hard to prevent the dissemination of global cultural flows of people, capital, goods, and ideas onto their territories, thus blocking the growth of the local awareness of the expanding plurality of the world outside of the socialist bloc. Secondly, socialist ideologies promoted a rather linear, if not square, understanding of their oral historical place in the evolution of the world, thus preventing its people from studying, acknowledging, and practicing their own social and cultural complexity. Socialist understanding of the past and present were effectively built on promoting an ideological vision of socialist society as only one homogeneous entity with shared memories of past, understanding of present, and aspiration for the future. After the collapse of socialism, the former socialist bloc has become subject of both external and internal processes of pluralization. As to external processes, we should pay attention firstly on legal and illegal migration and trafficking across political boundaries of all former socialist countries. Former exiles began repatriating in masses, as it was, for example, the case with the Russian Germans returning to Germany, for example, as Crimean Tatars resettling from Russia to Ukraine's peninsula of Crimea. Many citizens were reunited with their families, as the case of Hungarians in Romania or East and West Germans, and all these changes and migrations caused changes in population profiles in these respective countries. Of course, that was absent during the socialist time. The internal factors have played an important role too. Here I mean the forming of new economic classes, the beginning of advocating for their rights from the side of cultural and ethnic minorities, the becoming more visible in the public domain for many new categories of people who traditionally were dissolved in homogeneous socialist states. But what is more important for new national projects of post-socialist states is that social indifferentiation of homogeneous world of socialism began to take place in the domain of historical imagination. Once suppressed, alternative memories and experiences of socialism were resurrecting in public discourse, altogether leading to profound reorganization of national memory projects. From that time, these memory projects begin to be based on the growing recognition of the existence of plural socialist pasts and of many other histories agents within national histories of former socialist societies. As such, oral history has been actively contributing to the discovery of both multiple socialist pasts and plural worlds of post-socialism, concentrated on the study of many alternative experiences of socialism previously not reflected in the official discourses. This topic includes very many experiences of those who survived mass political repressions or state mismanagement, of those who participated in dissident or opposition movements, of those who were subject to mass ethnic deportations or government resettlement schemes, and so on. Every post-socialist country has here her own specificity and own heroes. But what is common is that recognition that socialism in any given post-socialist country had more than one past. Such processes of discovering multitude past and presents is, of course, a deeply political undertaking. This brings us to the second dimension of oral historical praxis in post-socialist scholarship. It concerns the ease with which it has become a political tool in the ongoing reconceptualization of socialist past, serving both new and all competing ideologies. From the very beginning of post-socialist era, oral history across the region has been actively used to highlight the repressed histories of socialism. Research institutes and programs focusing on the study of totalitarianism appeared across the region, with oral history becoming a primary research tool in various totalitarianist indictment projects. The Romanian Center of the Study of Communists, founded in 1993, the Polish Institute of National Remembrance, founded in 1998, the National Memory Institute in Slovakia, created in 2002, Institute for the Investigation of Communist Crimes in Romania, the Czech Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes. All these institutions, among other things, conducted thousands of interviews with various victim groups of totalitarianism. In doing so, oral history has been actively participating in the construction of post-socialist discourse of trauma and tragedy of socialist era and their dominance in the lives of many individuals. On the one hand, this promotion of trauma and tragedy as underlying conditions of the life of the socialism is obvious and had its roots in global political conflicts of the 20th century. On the other hand, this promotion for a time displaced any positive memory of socialism. It became even embarrassing and inconvenient to talk about the positive experience of life under socialism. But it is indicative that it was namely oral history that over time began to return positive memories of socialism in the public space. In addition to its role in the indictment of socialism, oral history method was also actively employed to record the living and still fresh, as it appeared, memory of independence movement that led to the collapse of socialism in various countries. Interviews with the political opposition in late socialism, student movement leaders, and politicians responsible for the collapse of the socialist regimes serve as a basis for a new kind of contemporary historical research in many countries, in Hungary, in Slovak Republic, in Czech Republic, in Poland, and others which relied on extensive interviewing of most recent history's agents. Namely, in this context, it's interesting to underline following. Despite some shared trends and directions in oral historical research in post-socialist countries, there is much diversity as to how and why oral history is being used and practiced in former socialist Europe. I mean here post-socialist and post-Soviet countries. While European countries, now members of the European Union, all officially renounce socialism as a failed and costly political experiment, the countries, former members of the USSR, present far more complicated landscape of political discourses and political opinions with respect to their own socialist past. Within Ukraine, for example, and I think within other post-Soviet republics too, one still finds highly competitive views of the Soviet past, with some categories of citizens still experience great nostalgia for the socialist past and others rejecting it altogether. Probably that's why contemporary Ukraine pays relatively little attention to memorialize the beginning of its independence. The only one attempt have been taken 4 years ago in 2016, when oral history project about 3 Ukrainian revolutions was launched. The main aim of this project was to examine the issue of continuation in the process of social mobilization in Ukraine since the revolution on granite in 1990, which anticipated Ukrainians' independence in 1991 through today. The main idea assumed this continuation of protest movements in Ukraine, which took place in 1990, in 2004-2005, as well-known Orange Revolution, and 2013-2014, the Revolution of Dignity. It was also presupposed in this project that these events are characterized by an intergenerational transfer of knowledge, transfer of idea, which takes place between participants of subsequent revolutions. 2 volumes of this project are already published, but the results of this project, as well as these volumes, are not widely known in Ukraine. Events of 1991 still belongs rather to sphere of collective oblivion and don't have much of chance to become an important point of reference for the national identity. But let's come back to the dimensions of oral history praxis in post-socialist Europe. The third dimension, the particularity, concerns the role which oral history has been playing in an important epistemological shift in humanities and social sciences. This shift is about moving away from focusing on social classes and their institutional or corporate histories, like the history of Communist Party and other parties, towards examining the lived experience of various individuals whose life unfolded either or outside of these institutions and corporations. If the socialist times the priority has been given to the study of social processes, and these processes were understood to bring changes upon the social and corporate bodies, I mean social classes and, except them, ethnic and social minorities, rural or urban population, etc., the imminent collapse of socialism inspired scholars and activists to turn to the examination of a human dimension of these social processes. This interest in a human dimension of history led to the formulation of new goals in the humanities and in the social sciences of the post-socialist societies. Among those goals, a priority has been given to re-evaluation of the role both personal and collective subjectivities has been playing in national histories and in their ongoing post-socialist rewriting. In the foreground of this paradigmatic change of post-socialist times, I claim, has been the discipline of oral history. That brings us to the fourth dimension of oral history praxis in post-socialist times, which concerns oral history's ability to produce and legitimize new agents of national histories. This particular impact of oral historical research on national projects is a direct outcome of oral history's participation in post-socialist revisions of socialism. All these features, multiplied by a broad understanding of oral history not only as a source, but also as social cooperation and political tool, are giving rise to the difficulties and challenges, mostly of methodological nature, faced by oral history in the post-socialist countries. In most cases, these challenges are determined by ongoing memory battles and high level of this memory's instrumentalization as a legitimizing tool of certain political projects. I think that these processes are now taking part in every post-socialist country. Because of time limit, I'll focus on only one point, which has formulated as one of the conference questions. That is about one of the challenging methodological questions pertaining to the research focused on the socialist past of the country, of all countries, and that is namely about different modes in which we remember the past and place of oral history in discovering these modes. In recent years, research has explored the different modes in which we remember the past. Here, we are talking about collective memories as about certain shared imagination of the past, and also about these memories as a construct which is directly and deliberately built in the framework of this or that politics of memory. Till recently, two modes of remembrance were distinguished: cosmopolitan and antagonistic. The third way of remembering was formulated only several years ago and now has been becoming more and more popular. That is agonistic mode of remembering, the theorization about which came from the works of the participants of Unsettling Remembering and Social Cohesion in Transnational Europe project. Let me remind them briefly. As Bo and Hansen and the authors of this idea are pointing, the cosmopolitan memory discourse emerged as a result of two different but narrowly intervened phenomena. On one hand, it grew out of the transnational Holocaust memory. On the other hand, it fed upon the growing consciousness of coming to terms with the violent past of the authoritarian regimes of the 20th century. Narratives of the past in the frameworks of this mode take as their point of departure so-called experience of the suffering of the victim and his or her descendants, while the image of the hero in the traditional sense disappears from these stories. The cosmopolitan approach is often proposed as the best way to deal with the traumatical past, with the focus on recasting social memory as a peace tragedy. It has been the dominant memory mode, cosmopolitan memory, adopted by European Union to create a shared sense of identity of the post-World War II. But since imposing a single overarching narrative of the past is not equally welcome by everybody, and in turn, of course, can lead to a resurgence of antagonism. And it's really happened so when across Europe, populist nationalist and or radical right movements started to develop counter-memories in a strongly antagonistic mode, reimagined territory in exclusionary terms, and constructed rigid symbolic boundaries between between us and them. As the result, antagonistic memory represents the past as the moral struggle between us and them, where the other is the enemy to be destroyed. Antagonistic memories can perpetuate feelings of hostility across the generations, explaining by this means the persistent nature of many conflicts. As modes which tend to impose single general narrative, cosmopolitan and antagonistic approaches have several common features. Both rely on moral categories of good and evil, whereas in the antagonistic mode, these categories apply to particularistic tales of victims and perpetrators. The cosmopolitan mode prioritizes dehistoricized opposition between good and evil and represents the past as a moral struggle between abstract ideas or systems such as democracy versus dictatorship. Both modes are focusing exclusively on the victims, so they preclude the possibility of remembering and understanding the historical context, tend to simplify past historical events, hampering a critical understanding of their complicity. However, as Jeffrey Olick argued, learning from the past means listening to both victims and perpetrators, and not to judge absolute truth or even to sympathize with either, but to learn from their experience and perspectives. In contrast to the antagonistic and cosmopolitan modes, agonistic memory represents the past as a socio-political struggle for dominance in which the other is seen as an adversary rather than an enemy. It aims to bridge the divide between different viewpoints by allowing for the possibility of conflict without fixing the lines between friends and foes. The agonistic approach rejects the desirability of developing a single narrative of the past, and instead it strives to acknowledge and to work through a variety of contrasting memories of the past. It promotes a radical approach, allowing for multiple perspectives, and is open to a dialogue with the other, the dialogue which seems to be open-ended without assuming it can lead to a consensus. But what is very important for oral historians is that agonistic mode proposes to remember or to recreate, it depends on what we are doing, the past by relying on the testimonies of both perpetrators and victims, as well as witnesses, bystanders, spies, and traitors. The perspectives of the former perpetrators can provide crucial elements for understanding when, how, and why people turn into perpetrators. And on this base, reconstructing the historical context, socio-political struggles, and individual or collective narratives that led to mass crimes being committed. By doing so, oral history in and of post-socialist Europe will continue keeping powerful position in the hierarchies of scholarly discourses in the region, serving at the same time various political and cultural agendas of Eastern European nations. To To conclude, today oral historians in Eastern Europe explore first of all their alternative experiences of socialism, simultaneously detailing the variety of local perspectives on socio-cultural changes in the region in the post-socialist time. But at the same time, they critically evaluate the applicability of the established of the West methodological praxis of doing oral history. Oral historians in Eastern Europe directly contribute and effectively advance the epistemological transformations that have been taking place in the humanities and social sciences in the post-socialist Europe over the last 3 decades, helping them to refocus on the role and place of the individual and the personal in the advancement of history and social cultural change. I think, yeah, it's 5 minutes less, and that is the end of my talk, and I'm open to the questions. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Galinada, for your very interesting and inspiring lecture. We are now collecting questions, but maybe I have the privilege, as your close colleague, to have or to start the question with the question which is inspired by your paper. I must say that yes, there are like a variety of oral history stories of post-socialist countries, but there are very also similar procedures and problems or approaches which we are dealing with. And my question is, how is your how you look on the relation between oral history research result, the knowledge we collected through interviews with our interviewees, and the great historical narratives of the country? Like, for me, it's a really challenging issue to bring all the stories from the individual perspective to the society and to try to affect the public discourse, and then later on the politics of memory and the collective memory as such.
Thank you for this question. That is really a very burning point of oral history praxis. And I think, firstly, it depends on the results of our oral history projects. I mean here the type of results and the type of presentations of oral history projects. So what we are doing, mostly as the representatives of academia, yes, we are preparing and publishing our papers. And I think that is the worst way in distributing the results of any oral historical praxis project, because that is only for our closed community. So we are reading each other and nothing else. So we support it, of course, we are supporting each other, but that is nothing to distribute for the wider circles. I think if somebody wants to influence, if somebody has such an idea, yes, or ambition to influence the politics of memory, we should think about another forms of distribution of our project results. For example, in probably in the form of not public lectures, but something proposed to internet, to the open lectures, to the television, films, probably exhibitions, some things which will attract the not only historians, but the wide circles of those who are interested in history and the history of own country, of European continent, and whatever you want. As for me, inside our digitalization challenge in which we are, all of us are existing now, I think that the best way is to digitalize our histories, to digitalize our results, and to distribute them through internet projects. Probably then some officials, some politicians will hear us and will include these histories in their programs, or I don't know, in their speeches, but that is a dangerous thing too. Of course, we are to understand that they can manipulate the results of our project. That is, of course, their sphere of manipulation. So we are to be responsible, of course, in not only in distributing, but probably we are to take part not in searching for the results of this distribution, but we are, I think, to make some kind of monitoring of the things where our oral histories are involved and what somebody is doing with the results of these projects. In Ukraine, the situation in this connection is very, very good as for me. For example, Ukrainian Institute for the National Memory, they are they sympathize oral history projects. They include the results of the projects in their activity. They propose several projects. For example, they support two great, very nationwide projects of the oral history of the Revolution of Dignity and of Russian-Ukrainian War in the east of the Ukraine. So they supported, they promoted these projects, and for them, as for politicians and for officials, oral history praxis is one of the best to take and to get the knowledge of the past. So in Ukraine, the situation, I think, is one of the best in the post-socialist countries, because oral history here in my country is welcome to take part in the construction of all of us know that we constructed this past, in the construction of the past and of the knowledge of the past.
Have there been any projects which you can give us as examples in relation to this in Ukraine? So some popularization projects or some applied projects which would spread the message to the public, to the general public?
A lot. Let me think, probably a minute. Let me start from the very early projects being conducted at the beginning of 2000. There was one of the greatest all-European project devoted to the forced labor in Nazi Germany. That was the beginning of 2000, 2004, 2006. The result of this project, among other, is the big online archive with the interviews transcribed and which are collected on in this archive. So everybody is welcome to join this archive and to work through it. What about distribution in Ukraine? As I know, several films were produced on the base of this project too. So with the certain fragments of these interviews and other interviews too. And these projects, the various projects were, documentary projects, were devoted to the memory of, to the recreation of the memory of the Second World War. And a lot of parts of interviews were put to these documentary films to make an illustration of other pasts of which I have been talking right now. That in the Second World War, there were several pasts, several experiences, and the experiences were very different. So that is the first example of how oral histories about the Second World War are involved into the documentary products. Another example could be, as I have already mentioned, the oral histories of the Ukrainian Revolution of 1913, 1914. So these projects are very popular on Ukrainian TV, with the exceptions, with the fragments of the interview when people are talking about how they survived, what was their idea to come to the central square in Kiev or on the squares in other cities, how they supported, how they lived through the first days and then through the months of taking part in this revolution. So these projects are very supported and widely distributed on the TV too. There are a lot of exhibitions in Ukraine devoted to the experience of the Second World War. That is really very popular topic for Ukraine. The what kind of experience got several categories of those who took part in this war. So we can talk about documentaries, about exhibitions, about a big number of school projects with the school boys, girls involved to their preparing and conducting certain kinds of interviews. And I'm, as an oral historian, I'm absolutely happy with this involvement of very young people, of young generation, that is interesting for them. Of course, they are open to discussion with the older generations, and they are open to the new knowledge, which sometimes is in a very big contrast to the textbooks narratives. You know that textbooks are textbooks, and the lived history is quite another thing. That is popular thing in Ukraine, and these projects are really very widespread too. So that's why not only one, but it could be dozens of examples of oral history projects in Ukraine, which are highly supported and which are really of the great interest for those who are trying to get a new kind of knowledge of historical past.
In the connection with the educational oral history method as an educational tool, there is one question Slavka is asking. Can you recall some inspiring examples of how the oral history research outcomes were included in history education or in other educational activities? So maybe you can tell us more about this.
How to teach with the help of oral history, yeah. Am I understand correctly?
Yeah.
Or how was the oral history research used, in particular oral history research used as an educational tool?
Mm-hmm. Okay. As an educational tool, oral history is, yes, let me try to find in my head the best example. Several years we have a project initiated by our Czech colleagues from Czech Republic to collect an oral history devoted to the socialist times. A lot of teachers, that is the initiative concentrated only on the teachers and school children. And so all these projects are conducted by the teachers with their pupils. And how they use the results, that is one of the points of demonstrating the results of this project. As far as I know, because I'm a member of the jury who make an evaluation of this project. So as I know, there are a lot of meetings with those who gave their interviews inside the schools. So the interviewers are invited to these schools to give additional talk as an addition to this or that oral history project. And that is the separate lessons which are given to the pupil in Ukrainian schools. Then, as I know, there is interesting initiative of making such a performance, theatric performance in the school concerning this or that topic be discovered by the method of oral history. That is really very interesting. For example, the traditions of the making parties before the young man is going to the army. And these traditions were played as a certain play in the school theaters, and all this initiative was built on the information which they have got from the oral history projects. So that could be separate lessons, that could be theatric performances in the school, that could be additional meetings and conversation with the heroes of these projects, what is very interesting. So the heroes could be even their participants, of course, very of the very old age of the Second World War, who survived the war in their young ages when he or she was a very little child, but sharing this experience, that is extraordinary important thing for the young generation, I think. So our schools, as I know, are very open to many ideas how to promote the results of oral history praxis in this.
We have another question from Martin. How do you perceive the role of institutions, once again, how do you perceive the role of institutes of memory and their attempts to shape single national memory? How does this relate to plurality of memories among people? It's quite
complicated
question. So the role of institutes of memory.
Yeah.
And how do they shape the single national memory? And how does this relate to sort of plural narrative, like higher plurality of narrations about socialism?
Yeah, thank you so much for this question. That is a very provocative question. And so the short answer could be that is question for the institutes of national memory, how they survive in such condition when they would like to propose single narrative. We have the plurality of worlds, spaces, ideas, results, experience, and what to do in such a controversial situation. I think that we should survive this period when our institutes of national memory are making single narrative. Firstly, they should create the single narrative, and only after that, I think we will put all our efforts to the practice of destabilizing this single narrative with our oral histories. I think that is really the question of step of development. They should do so because that is their task and that is their responsibility. They are thinking about something global, of course, of the global narrative. How to inscribe several stories to this global narrative, that I think the question of our communication, the civil society, of our initiative, abilities, I don't know what else. As for our institute in Ukraine, it's absolutely open to such intervention from the side of oral historians. As a minimum, we can make discussions. We can dispute all, not all, but many of questions on meetings, on online conferences right now, on another events. They are not, or it is not repressive in Ukraine right now. I hope that in other countries, the situation is the same. So we survived the period of repression certainly comes to the end, I think. So they're not so repressive as the institutions in the socialist time, which we are exploring now. And I think that we are to make all our efforts, to put all our efforts to the discussion with this institution, that everything, that's all what we can do. I see that on Facebook the stream is over. I don't know why.
The stream, okay. Is the Facebook stream still on? Matve?
Yeah, it's on.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you. I think we have the similar situation in Slovakia. It could be a very huge discussion about the Institute of National Memory Policy, but I don't know. Don't want to continue in this way now. There is another question. Anonymous, actually.
No, it's actually
oh,
from Radka.
no, it's Radka. Oh, sorry.
It's our colleague
from Czech Republic.
Super.
Radka, historian. What is the role of gender in the memory of the communist past? What is the position of oral history in this issue?
Thank you. Very good question too. Thank you so much. Role of gender. Do you mean the role of gender of those who are researchers or those who are survivors of communism?
It's not written.
But I think that it depends on the optic of who we are speaking about. Gender dimension of communist past. Let me think a little bit. That's a really very interesting question, because there is a huge number of literature devoted to this gender issue, that men and women had absolutely different experiences of survival, absolutely different experience of cohesion with environment and with institutions and, you know, whatever you want. And as far as I know, there are several even joint projects of the European countries, I mean, post-socialist and post-Soviet countries, and even with the historians from Czech Republic too, according to the gender issues. So shortly, of course, the experience is absolutely different. Of course, we are to pay attention to this difference and probably to produce the new knowledge about the difficulties which were faced, namely by men and women when they were trying to experience to survive in the Soviet, or to live through the Soviet time. Of course, the issues concerning work, concerning free time, concerning biographical trajectories, and all other things are absolutely different, and really we are probably narrow the question to put certain examples. But what about the gender dimension of those who are doing oral history? You know that is more popular, of course, think by women who are more empathic, who are more attentive, who are more sensitive, and you know, all our characteristics of those who are involved and who transmit our femininity to the oral history praxis. Really, in Ukraine, that is well known. I think that in other countries too, mostly oral historians are women. And of course, when we are going to the field, we should take it into account when we are formulating questions, when we are talking to women or to a man. You know, this all oral historian practices have this examples of the funny situation in communication with men when we are talking about some extraordinary things, and the reaction which will be absolutely different when we are talking about the same things with women. So that's you know.
Okay. We'll give you the last question. I think we still have, you have 2 minutes to answer. And it is quite a complicated question, but let me put it more simply. Related to the political preferences in Western and Eastern regions of Ukraine, what is the connection with the narratives about the socialist past transmitted on the families? So meaning, are there any regional differences in Ukraine about the narratives about socialism in the families?
Thank you for this question. I think so that they are these differences, of course, because of the different experience of being involved into the socialism, into the Soviet past. Yes, the certain part of Ukraine was involved, was forced to live under the socialist rule. Not such a long time as another biggest part of Ukraine. That's why, of course, this experience and these narratives are varied. But till today, we do not have an certain oral history project with the evaluation of this question. And thank you really for idea. I think that it's very necessary and important to think about such a project with comparison and with the comparison not to fix these differences, but I kindly ask you to think, all of us to think about the project, to make not a reconciliation, but to find the common denominator of all these narratives and experience for, for the future understanding where we are going and how we are to come to term with the Soviet past. I think so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gelinada, for your lecture and for your answers. We are very glad to have you here, and I am pretty sure that there are so many other topics for discussion, like reflective writing about our experience during the research or ethics of the whole procedure of the research. So maybe next time or in the future we will continue, and I will be more than happy about this. So take care and be safe.
Thank you so much. You too. Take
Thank
care.
you.
Be safe. Yeah, be healthy. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
And now we have
Hello, I'm Katarina Kompan-Razar, and I came from SFU Ljubljana.
And so do I, and my name is Katarina Možina.
Today we will look at how deeply trauma marks the family and how the successful process of recovery translates into post-traumatic growth and enables the development of creativity and emotional security. We will focus on a family that still lives at the same place where trauma occurred and has nevertheless recovered from the trauma. In order for the family to survive and stay emotionally alive in the same house where the trauma occurred, it has developed deep interconnectedness and also connection with the community. When the first generation found courage to tell the story and to mourn the losses, it enables the second generation to uncover the broader truth about the events, studying history, being politically active, so that the third generation could develop deep self-confidence and self-esteem. We will also show the sources of post-traumatic growth and emotional flourishing occurring in the third generation, who could live in the present, in the here and now, without being afraid and without the burden of past trauma.
Through targeted in-depth interviews, we explored the living experiences of the transgenerational transmission of trauma in victims of war and post-war communist violence and their descendants. In 3 Slovenian families, we delved into personal narratives designed by each generation separately, and through them we find the impact of trauma on their identities, actions, and relationships, and the dynamics of emotional processing trauma, and also the formation of a functional and safe emotional environment for the next generations. We were selecting participants that were accessible and that were, of course, willing to tell their stories. Participants that share commonalities such as status of victim, nationality, gender, and age of the first generation, and all the cases are non-clinical. And participants are also typical representatives of the first generation, where at least one family member has been imprisoned or killed by a communist regime, and they themselves or their family members have lost certain social rights, property, home, etc. I will continue with a brief presentation of one example, one family of 3 generations, who still live in the same house today as at the time of the traumatic experience. The place where they live, however, was one of the centers of anti-communist resistance during the war and was also deeply wounded by the revenge of the authorities. It is quite a big family, as you can see from the genogram. The first generation interviewee has 5 children and 17 grandchildren, and the second generation representative has 3 children who do not have their own children yet. The representative of the first generation survived the war and post-war violence of communism, which was perceived by migrations of relatives, by imprisoned, missing, and killed relatives, deprivation of property and rights. In the family, there was a lot of storytelling about their experience. Their main mission was to bring their stories and their truths even outside their house to gain public remembrance and mourning. With the help of phenomenological analysis, we researched how people make sense of their experience, and what we found out is that the narratives are meaningful, regulated, and coherent. We found out also that over time and through generations, there is increasing of pleasant feelings over painful ones in their stories, and also increased spectrum of feelings as well. For example, if the first generation talks primarily about hope, joy, or strength, the other 2 add feelings of gratitude, relief, self-confidence, and others. Over the generations, the narratives of the past decreases in quantity. There is more focus on current stories, experiences, and feelings. There's also a high share of post-traumatic growth factors, most notably a sense of enhanced personal strength, deepened relationships, and feelings of new life opportunities. There we can see a quote of a granddaughter that addresses post-traumatic growth.
Grandma said many times, You should never hate. You should never have a bad opinion of others. We grew from a young age with the fact that man is basically good. I often wonder where she got that power from. If someone had killed 5 of your children, I don't know how I would be able to survive it.
All of the factors mentioned in results suggest the integration of past experience and the resolution of trauma. Because the healing process starts when a person is able to move from the past through the present into the future and place the story in the context of multi-generational family and community. The emotional diversity is related to inner knowledge and emotion and points to a person who is in touch with his vitality and sees the direction of his mission in life. And the increase in post-traumatic growth factors shows that where one generation lays the groundwork for positive changes, the second generation can continue to do so. Here we have an example how each generation makes a step further in post-traumatic growth. Grandmother says she's happy. Maybe you can read this quote.
I'm happy today to know all this. I'm still praying for people that suffer in war. That was the grandmother. And the mother, the daughter of this lady, said, I had a broader view compared to other schoolmates. And the granddaughter was able to integrate both of them, saying, even if there is suffering, there is not the end of the story. May have,
she said that she has this after her grandmother, yes.
And according to her mother, she knew that you have to be always ready to get better, that you have to be ready to learn and get to know yourself even better. So she is able to learn, to grow, and to explore.
Let's look what helped this family to take a step out of trauma. The fact that they remained in the same place where the traumatic experience took place allowed them to face the trauma to the fullest and find ways to resolve it. Strong relationships and well-developed sense of coherence, meaning they feel their experience makes sense to them and they feel they are able to overcome the traumatic experience. And they also had enough space to share their stories and to get empathic response to them, allowing them to grieve their losses.
So in conclusion, we could say that telling vulnerable stories and regulating emotional side of those stories are the prerequisite for post-traumatic growth, and also that it would be very good to know also the stories of perpetrators and to know how the families of perpetrators also suffer and how they maybe could come to the post-traumatic growth for things that they did in the past.
Hello, everybody. I would love to present here the paper Together in the Fight, Together in Work, Remigrants from Yugoslavia as Heroes of Socialism and Victims of Post-Socialism. In this paper, I will focus on a group of Czech remigrants who took an active part in the partisan resistance movement during the Second World War in Yugoslavia and who established their own partisan unit, the Czechoslovak Brigade of Jan Žižka. After the Second World War, they took up the offer of Czechoslovakia, and within the political project of the post-war restoration of the borderlands, they settled the areas mainly in South Moravia, from which the old German residents had been expelled. So they settled mainly into South Moravian villages, which had remained almost empty after the forced displacement of their German inhabitants, Jiřice near Miroslav and Mišovice. This paper draws from research based on the interpretation of narratives interviews and ethnographic or participant observation in these two mentioned Moravian villages. I will argue that specific historical experience has led this group to the formation of their own memory community, which produces counter-narratives to the narrative produced as a result of the contemporary anti-communist orientated politics of memory. So, firstly, after arrival of this group, the state firstly welcomed, Czechoslovakia welcomed them as anti-fascist heroes or freedom fighters. But after Cominform issued its first resolution in 1948, the regime of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia stigmatized this group as being unreliable for the state. In the 60s, they were rehabilitated, and after the fall of the communist regime in 1989, they found themselves in a position of memory bearers, in a position that did not correspond to the contemporary hegemonic and anti-communist narrative. The thing is simple. It is about that in contrast to the current anti-communist discourse, they do not criticize the former political regime, but they accentuate its most positive aspects, such as social security or aspects of the previous regime for their ancestors. Due to this fact, the second generation of immigrants in particular feels that their ancestors have been unjustifiably erased from history. Their legacy and imagined family honor is unrecognized. Because of that, at their own commemorative meetings, they clearly demonstrate their dissatisfaction with the contemporary exclusion of their partisan ancestors from the post-communist national narrative. These ritualized commemorative events have been organized in Jiřice and Mišovice since the 60s, and they have been developed based on the remigrants' needs of commemorating their own historical cultural memory and the partisan cult. In the past, these events were attended mostly by remigrants who have since passed on the imaginary baton to their children, who took care of their historical legacy. For example, this speech was delivered by a member of the second generation of the resettled families at the meeting to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the brigade's founding. We laid memorial briefs to honor the memory of our brigade's members. Many of them made the supreme sacrifice in the fight, their life. But I dare to say that all of them knew why they were fighting, and they were fighting for a good thing. You know, when you deduce what the German fascist regime prepared, so today no one of us would sit here. So we can really appreciate our ancestors and be thankful for their fight on our behalf. The generation of sons and daughters perceive caring for their ancestors' legacy as a historical necessity and moral obligation. This can be exemplified by a moment which was noticed during participant observation, when one of the main organizers of the annual meeting stated that those above, he meaning deceased parents, look after us. The speeches that can be heard there relate to the historical task of the partisan brigade. They describe the origins of the brigade and the battles it engaged in. They emphasize heroic act and victimize narrative of grievance. This is the reaction to the change in their status when they found themselves more and more in the position of ignored heroes, as is represented in the statement of one of my informants. I will now quote. This is my impression that these victims are erased somehow. Even the children at school don't hear about that. Nobody speaks about it. This is simply not fair. This is not fair. But this relates to the situation after '89, that much happens against what was before, that everything was wrong, but not everything was muck. Their sacrifice should not be forgotten. End of quote. So the politics of memory of the evolving Czech democracy, which was created after '89 based on anti-communist sentiment, became authoritarian discourse formed by the anti-communist assessment of historical events and figures whose symbolism was transferred to the level of symbolic size of memory. In a similar way, the group of immigrants consisting of partisans and their descendants draw from a historical memory at the level of families and of memory community. Their cultural and communicative memory reflects a different and in many ways in relation to the hegemonic anti-communist politics of memory, skewed register of collective historical experience. The alternative memory of this memory community is represented mainly by the most visible expression of group remembering, which has been stabilized by the institutionalization of these expressions. They include interpretations, attitudes, and activities associated with the past that were clearly identified in interviews with informants and which were simultaneously observed and articulated in the form of ritualized behavior and public speeches at commemorative meetings. Thereby, they create a contra-memory in relation to the current dominating narrative of liberal democracy, with which it comes into conflict not only in the private environment, but also in the public. The descendants of immigrants consider themselves to be greatly disappointed and ignored by post-communist developments to the extent that they have begun inclining towards alternative mass media, such as Aeronet or Sputnik. These are, like you probably know, pro-Russian news websites. They perceive these sites as being the only truthful source of information which can balance out the blindness of pro-Western public mass media, or this liberal mainstream, media. The values and attitudes of most informants can be described as a considerable nationalist and conservative. This is strongly demonstrated by their criticism of Germans, which verged on hatred, which could be heard in public speeches. The Germans played the role of age-long enemies in relation to the described group of immigrants. The strictly negative relation to them finds expression at many levels. For example, they criticize the efforts of many post-socialist governments in European states to improve relations with Germany, as well as a similar expression with the same objective at the level of cultural events. Like, for example, pilgrimage of reconciliation from Pohořelice to Brno. Also, defending the inviolability of the Beneš decrees is a major theme for them too, as criticism of Angela Merkel's politics, especially in connection with the so-called migration crisis. Now some conclusions. To paraphrase the words of Pierre Nora, we live in the era of memorialism. The societal boom in interest in memory and the lives of small people has brought an opportunity, and I will say, and also the necessity, to thematize the great national narratives and dominant discourses about the past, and to confront them with the collective memories of marginalized groups. A space for a plurality of historical memories of individuals, families, and institutions and social groups, which provides a possibility to accentuate another memory besides the correct memory that corresponds to the dominant interpretation of the past, is actually considered to be one of the major contributions of the post-communist regimes that adopted liberal democracy. So the group of Czechoslovak citizens who actively took part in the partisan or communist anti-fascist resistance movement in Yugoslavia is, as I wanted to suggest in this paper, among the bearers of such alternative memory. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Bye.
So, hello everybody, my name is Petra Schindler and I would like to present you our projects about students from 1989, from Velvet Revolution. This paper builds on the two projects, which consisted of conducting interviews with 100 former student leaders involved in the events of November 1989. The first project was in 19th and the second one finished 1 year ago. And in the subsequent project, we returned to the same group of narrators after 20 years in order to present crucial findings relating to questions of the transformation of remembering and memory processes of the studied group. The longitudinal approach was applied for the first time in the context of Czech oral history, and the aim of this project was to re-interview the same sample of narrators and examine their reflections on democracy building and changes to their understanding of their own historical role. So it was based on the previous project from 19th in order to broaden and deepen it from both a theoretical and practical standpoint and offered new perspectives and methodological innovations. So the same sample of original narrators was approached for the project. Just 18 narrators were replaced by new respondents, as some had passed away, could not be traced, or in 3 cases refused to participate in the project. It was a fairly balanced sample of both known and publicly active individuals, as well as people who did not publicly engage in public interest after 1989. Our research, based on examination of the views and memories of a particular group of winners in 1989, illustrates the process of creating memory and seeking meaning in the events of 1989, captured in the subjective experience of a particular section of society. The former student leaders can in many respects be considered the co-creators of the discourse and memory of the post-1989 period. Some of them have actively intervened in these processes through their own work. They publish diaries, they make movies, and so on and so on. Former university students constitute a specific group that provides an excellent sample for examining the development of a particular educational group during the course of the systematic transformation after 1989, as well as the evolution of a generation more generally. The project's broad insights into the genesis and gradual formation of a larger negative attitude of the last socialist generation towards the political representation of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia. In continuing in-depth interviews, we concentrated on possible reinterpretations or, on the contrary, affirmations of existing life courses. We were interested in memories of the November Revolution and the narrator's own role within it. Thanks to the longitudinal approach, we can examine identity. The apparent chaos of individual episodes is limited to the story, but the settings of these episodes may not remain the same. It can evolve and sometimes change significantly, because it is formulated all over again and differently. We each choose what is important in a specific time and space, and thus build our life story. Repeated research allows us to construct a life story that is more complete than the content of the individual parts. We gain insight not only into biographical, but also into social processes. And now I will focus in more detail on the life story of a narrator, Pavel Lagner. He was 1989 student's DAMU. DAMU, it is a theater faculty, the Academy of Performing Arts in Prague. And I will try to analyze his memories of the communist period as reflected in the first project in the 90s and then 20 years later. I am mainly interested in the narrator's family background, the extent to which it shaped him, and how he was evaluated as 30-year-old man and now when he is 50 years old. What was important for his parents? How does the period of so-called normalization reflect the generation of parents and, on the other hand, the generation of children? So in the first interview in the 90s, he spoke quite extensively about his family background. He perceived it as a very important topic in relation to our project. He wanted to explain the atmosphere that strongly influenced him. It was decisive. He begins his memories of his father, who came from a family of village farmers, who were very and negatively affected by the post-war years, especially the transition to collective farming. He evaluates his father as very resentful towards anything official, whether it was positive or negative, but at the same time, he was not a fighter. He was a modest man without any ambitions. He was honest. His mother came from Prague. Her parents had a very decent job. It was the upper middle class, and according to the narrator, thanks to their social status during the first Czechoslovak Republic, between the war, and the fear of 1948, when the communist coup took place, they both, the parents of his mother, joined the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia. And the narrator assessed this negatively, as you can see in the second example. But with one word, he added that he did not know how he would behave in such a situation. And really, later in the interview, he self-critically reflects on his work in SSM, Socialist Youth Union, as you can see in the third example. So his parents were not in the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, but at the same time, they did not appear in any opposition. According to the narrator's memories, they were afraid and solved it by totally closing the family, so that they never had a television, a radio until the end of the 70s. They did not buy a communist newspaper. According to him, as a child, he tended to like at least something. He didn't want to live only in that negation. He was constantly looking for ways to identify with something, and he didn't understand that his parents didn't identify with anything. The narrator strongly perceived the discrepancy between moral necessity and personal fear that was in his family. And in an interview from the 90s, he claims to be present at all times. And it agrees entirely with his thoughts 20 years later when he speaks about affection of communism. This brings me to the narrator's assessment of communism's perception of his adult son. He is now 25 years old. Unlike the older generations, his son's generation does not have communism under the skin. He says, I quote, or much, much, much less. No doubt we gave them something, but it's already very, very, very diluted or not passed. And he doesn't understand some things, the son, and thank God. And you won't explain some things to him. You can tell him like that and that, he will listen and say, well, that's awful. But somewhere it is stored in his brain, but only as mediated information, inanimate. So I think he has it in his brain elsewhere than I do. So there is a big difference between us. I also have the suspicion in me. I also have the fear and distrust in me. I am very well aware of that. The end of citation. The emotions of the fear of the communist regime and everything connected with it intertwine with both interviews. Already in the first interview 20 years ago, during the emotional depiction of the first Christmas after the Velvet Revolution, when he understood the long-standing attitude of parents stemming from fear. At the time, he donated photographs of Václav Havel to his parents with a dedication which led the parents to cry, as you can see in this last example. Some briefly conclusion. So family background was very important for the narrator. Memories of communism he constructed through this family identity, and it was strongly influenced by the fact that the family was the faithful, for which he was rather ashamed as a child, but in adulthood he naturally came to faith. The basic narratives associated with adolescence, the student period, so-called normalization, November 1989, and so on, were the same in our both projects. The narrator, therefore, has a recollection of these events relatively experienced and consistent, even after 20 years. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you for our three presenters and their presentation. Let me introduce a little bit all presenters of the first panel with a few words. Katarina Možina is a PhD candidate at Sigmund Freud University in Vienna, is a systemic psychotherapist and supervisor working in private psychotherapy practice and lecturing at the Sigmund Freud University Ljubljana. Professor Katarina Kompan-Erzar is a professor at the Sigmund Freud University in Ljubljana and at the University of Ljubljana Faculty of Theology. She is relational systemic therapist and supervisor at Study and Research Center for Family in Ljubljana and works at the Social Welfare Program for families who face different types of violence. Michal Pavlásek works at the Brno branch of the Institute of Ethnology at the Czech Academy of Sciences. He is a co-founder of the Anthropopictures research studio, and he also works as a documentary filmmaker. And Petra Schindler, senior researcher and head of the Oral History Center at the Institute of Contemporary History, Czech Academy of Sciences. It's a pity that Petra wrote me that because of technical problems, she is not able to be online now in the discussion. So please write your questions directly to our two presenters, or three presenters. And so we can start with the first one.
Okay, well, thank you for giving
please.
me floor.
Yeah,
what a
because
privilege
yeah.
To propose the first question.
Yep.
It's actually my question. It's not the question from the audience. It interests me that both of you ladies, you have background in psychotherapy, as I understood. So this, I think, is nicely connected to my question, because I personally think that it is very important to have some kind of, at least slightly, to have some kind of psychotherapeutic background to work with these kind of testimonies and narrations and to work with oral history. So in your presentation, I'm not sure if I written it correctly, but please feel free to tell me if I'm wrong. But you said something like the process of healing begins when the story is placed in multi-generational transmission in the family. And that interested me and caught my attention tremendously. So can you tell us a little bit more about this? Could you elaborate, please?
Well, in short, it's easier to grasp trauma when you see the behavior in children of traumatized parents, because they have many different difficulties which are easier to handle than to directly go and ask parents about trauma, because trauma made them sometimes made them not be able to express it. So when we see the behavior in children and then in grandchildren, we can see what this experience, how it blocked parenthood, how it influenced adult relationships, so that they were not able to be compassionate with their children, or they may be violent towards them, or they may not be able to endure intimate relationships. So it's how it works. So when we see the second and third generation, we ask ourselves why this child would behave like that. Then the resolution to this question is mostly connected with the trauma itself. Mm-hmm. So we understand that the grandchild has difficulties with, I don't know, intimate relationships, when we see that he was raised up by 2 generations of parents who are not able to resolve the, I don't know, maybe sexual trauma that was present in wartime in grandparents.
Mm-hmm. So basically, the communication among the generations is crucial in every generation to overpass the trauma.
Yes, and also the compassion, because traumatized people are not able to be so compassionate as people who has not this experience of trauma.
Mm-hmm. Add something, the communication in sense of what they tell and what they do not tell. So what they choose not to tell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And what they could feel and what they are not able to feel as a problem in their child.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now I prepared a question for Michal. I know that you are focused also in the transgenerational transmission or communication in families or in the group. So you mentioned the generation of sons and daughters and their attitude, but what about the grandchildren attitude and the shift of the whole content in their interpretations, if you have such?
Monica, firstly, thank you very much for your question. First of all, my paper was like part of my research, project research, which we made with my colleague Jana Noskova and Sandra Krajslova, and this project was focused on the mechanisms and strategies of generational transmission of family memory, and we focus on four let's call it social groups, and it were like Germans in Czechoslovakia, then Germans which were displaced after Second World War, and then on the Czech minority or Czechs in Croatia or Yugoslavia, and people and the immigrants from Yugoslavia or from Croatia to Czechoslovakia after Second World War, and the connectedness between these four groups and our starting point for thinking about how is the past and how our memories and narratives transmitted through generation was that these four groups experience like event of migration. And so we followed the stories which were focused by our participants on migration. And if I will focus just on this social group which I now present during my paper, it was very interesting that the stories through generation were like shared in a way that we didn't find any conflicts in memory. What I mean with this is that the first generation, the generation of which experience migration or forced migration from Yugoslavia to Czechoslovakia, their stories were actually like in many ways like same as were mentioned by and as were taught to us by second and third generation. So there weren't some kind of conflicts in remembering of this let's say events of past. But what was like interesting for me from my personal point of view, and maybe it could be like interesting thing for some kind of discussion, that the youngest generation weren't interested so much as in other groups in involvement to the research, to our research. They most of the time they refuse the appeal for or to call to be part of this research, because sometimes they feel that they are in some way stigmatized by their parents or grandparents, because they are part of a community which is still like in some way stigmatized, that they are like supporters of Communist Party in Czech Republic. So they I think they carried this stigma. And so because of that they had probably some kind of expectation that maybe even the researcher will be like confront them with their like maybe specific memory, which is not quite like usual in Czech Republic. So it was for me like very interesting moment during our research.
Mm-hmm. If I may follow up with one quite specific question for Michal. It is actually also from Michal, and he's asking you, also during the civil war in 1990s, emerged an idea of forming a Czech Jan Žižka brigade in Slavonia. Was this topic reflected by your informants?
Not, but for example, this issue that this creation of this brigade, it was very important like things also for the youngest generation also in Croatia, but it wasn't reflected so much in Croatia or in interviews with our informants.
So, and now the last question at this moment for both Katarinas. What is your approach when studying memories which are family taboos and shameful? How can one achieve trust during interview?
That's a very good question. The first thing is that we must make a secure place for people when they are disclosing shameful memories, and of course not to judge, not to moralize, not to have any opinions of what is right and wrong. And doing so, it's very important to be compassionate and to understand the broader picture of this memory. So to put this memory in the picture that is so broad that the person who is describing it can feel that it was only a small part of the whole. So it's if we put this picture in broader social perspective or in intergenerational perspective, then it's seen as a one point in the very, very broad story. And maybe the point that will change the life of many people who will now breathe easily, who will be able to develop compassion and to understand also the person who is revealing this memory.
And maybe also it's important is that interviewees feel that we have this personal attitude to the topic. Mm-hmm. So we discuss a bit about it before the interviews. So they feel that we know what we are talking about.
Mm-hmm. They can stop also audio taping, or they can stop revealing it. They can ask us to delete it, or
There came actually one last question. It's quite broad, so I will try to condensate it somehow. And I think this is a question which could be answered by all three of you in a way. And this question is related to the national narrative about who is the oppressor and who is the victim. And the Radka Svařičková is asking if an ancestor in the family did some violence or is considered oppressor, I would say, is there an opportunity for the growth within the next generations? And how does the transmission, I would add, looks like?
Yeah.
Who wants to be first?
I had many experience with with the second or third generation of oppressors. And it struck me how many of them are alcoholics or not having families or being, in a sense, deeply ashamed, but not at the outside because they were privileged in some manners. They have plenty of money, they have, I don't know, they could study whatever they wanted, but they are without any meaningful relationship. They struggle with the sense of life, they struggle with faith, they struggle with those basic attitude towards life. So I found them much more in much the victims are in better position.
In more vulnerable position.
They know that the omission in the families, the omission of talking about things in families of oppressors is much more intense, I think.
We cannot realize that to say who is victim and who is survivor. They all are.
Both, yes.
Yeah.
Michal, what was your experience with in regard to this?
Because for a few of my, I don't know, informators and people which I met interview with them, they mention most of the time that if they, I don't know, if they made something like what we can morally criticize now from our stance or from this time, they every time they add that their, I don't know, parents or their their parents, they did something because it was needed and because it was like I don't know, self-defense against some evil or against somebody who was like aggressor. So they victimized themselves in their stories, and this perspective was transmitted to also to the second and third generation. But we have to somehow also add to this that victimization is also connected with heroization, and that if you feel like victim, also you are a hero of this some bad events which happened actually in the past. So this victimization is always in my field, which I, or in my project, was every time like connect with heroization. This is one thing, and the another my interviews that they said that they I don't know, the people in the Second World War, they knew why they are fought against the fascists, and they are saying that it was like good reason to do something. And it's interesting how they compare their parents' attitude towards, for example, now people which experience also like war atrocities, like people from Syria, for example, or from Iran and Afghanistan, which came after 2015 to Europe. And this generation that they talk about this, they should stay at their home and they should fight against the evil, because they reactualize the activities of their, or the memories of their parents through the actual events or to actual things which are going on around us right now.
Okay, so thank you very much. We should close this discussion. Sadly, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for being together with us here, and we will continue at 11:40 with panel 2.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Hello, dear colleagues. My name is Ksenia Kolkunova. I'm from Moscow, Russia, representing here St. Tikhon's Orthodox University and presenting maybe a little bit of a study of religion perspective of how communist past influenced our present. And today I will be speaking about how this communist scientific atheistic perspective on religion can be seen in contemporary religious situation with particular interests in how are religious minorities depicted that are labeled as dangerous sects in Russian context usually, with several examples from more or less today's situation, today's agenda. But I will start with few words about scientific atheism as a research program, as a process that involved both studying religion and weakening its core, weakening its roots in the society. As such, we can speak of scientific atheism from the 50s of 20th century with Khrushchev's atheistic propaganda, atheistic campaign that started from the 1954 article in Pravda about scientific atheistic propaganda. And several means were used to focus this field, focus this fight with certain bureaucratic, organizational solutions, like the Institute of Scientific Atheism, founded in the Academy of Social Sciences. And as well, there were popular means like a magazine, Science and Religion. I'm not sure, probably we can call it journal for some time, but it was mostly focused on a popular polemic depicting of religion. And this journal, this magazine, is one of my sources of this particular research. I will be focusing on anti-religious narratives that are involving religious minorities, religious followers of minor religions that has no state recognition in the Soviet Union. And we can say that these religious minorities were defined by Lenin in his early works, but in the 50s, this particular phenomenon was studied and depicted in atheistic, propagandistic texts as well as films as slightly different from what Lenin intended. And if we focus on anti-religious films and fiction, we can see that this religious minorities, dangerous sects, has particular features as well as the plot and storyline as such. We can see that usually the storyline involves certain standardized number of steps with some nice, usually young person going the wrong way for psychological reasons, for some personal issues like losing family member or something like that. Usually these narratives are based on first-person perspective. It's either the victim or some representative of social authority, like a teacher or a policeman, someone who has the right and who is ruling the situation out. Protagonists are usually very positive, as they probably should be, with certain features, again, they're usually from a small village. They have little education, or they are involved in education now, but this involvement with religious group leaves them out of Soviet system of education. They are meeting some antagonist who's usually depicted as violent, unstable, psychologically damaged. Very often they are politically anti-Soviet, with particular features you can imagine from the 1950s being that they supported Nazis during the war, or they were, I don't know, leaving the army, something very anti-Soviet and very negatively depicted in the Soviet official literature of this period. These villains are usually, as I mentioned, criminals. They have a certain criminal record, and they're depicted with even visual means. If we're speaking about films like this one on the slide named Clouds over Borsk, it was quite well renowned and very successful. As you can see, this protagonists and antagonists dualism in this particular poster is super clear. The girl is so bright and she has the future, but these dark creatures are stealing it from her. And in this film, the religious minority is some sort of Pentecostal movement, some Christians with this charismatic kind of idea. So their leader very well corresponds to the idea of charismatic leader. This film is Miracle Working from 1960 as well. This one depicts a minor Orthodox community, Orthodox Christian community, with these ladies wearing black and antisocial men that are not involved in community life, kolkhoz or anything. They are not working properly, so they are very anti everything that Soviet Union wants to propone their followers, so their members, their citizens. Why I'm showing these pictures to you? Because today we can see the same features, the same storyline, the same characters in today's films. This one is a documentary that was posted this year in July, I think, by a very popular journalist, Ksenia Sobchak. She visited a monastery in Ural area that is now and still is and has been for several months held by the ex-priest, as he's not priest anymore according to the ruling of eparchial jurisdiction. His name is Sergei Romanov, but now he's, well, not Sergei anymore because he's not a priest. And he's a monk, and in this monastery, Verkhnyuralsky Monastir, there is a orphanage, and there are certain accusations of children being abused there. And you can see that visually we have just the same features, the same means, with dark figures, lots of women wearing dark headscarves, children, suffering children, this future that is stolen from them. If we go into this film closer, we will see the storyline about girl with psychological issues being stolen from her family, stolen from her childhood, and being abused. It's still there. Why is it interesting? I'd say that major points of interest are that mass media, YouTube bloggers, internet sites, newspapers took the place of anti-religious lectors, writers, and filmmakers. This new generation uses the same conceptual framework, the same wording, the same visual means without reflecting its origin. But sometimes the situation is kind of reversed, as in Soviet films, the policemen were a good power. They were like the strong supporters of protagonists, but in this case it's very underlined, very stressed that this Sergei Romanov is ex-policeman, and this is kind of reversing the Soviet authority claims for power. And we can see that now Russian Orthodox Church attracts the same attention and the same kind of labels that were used for religious minorities, for non-religious, non-registered in Soviet Union religious groups. And they are now depicted as izuvery, the word that has been used and is still used for this violent religious minorities, violent fanatics. Why is it changing? I'm still not sure, but this is a particular feature that shows how a society without reflection still continues to use Soviet kind of past Soviet means of expression, but is now moving the focus to different areas. That's, well, a little bit longer than 10 minutes presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning from Italy. Lessons on communism, party schools in Italy in the 20th century. The Italian Communist Party created the most important and effective political school, and the only one in Italy, aimed at creating cadre leaders. Called the Frattocchie schools, it was a residential school in the hills of Rome that was in operation from 1944 to 1993. The students had to attend courses lasting from 6 months to a year, where they studied historical materialism and the history of the Bolshevik Party, but where they also experienced collective life, group identity, and the theoretical and practical value of communism, which required control, preparation, and discipline. That is why communist schools represented a unique example in teaching methods and curricula, but also in the attention given to students in the way they conducted themselves in school. The selected young people had to be aware that they were an investment for the party, one to be paid back with progress at school that reflected certain requirements both in their studies and their action during the courses, a commitment to learning, correction of defects, ability to self-criticize, willingness to adapt to the required tasks, the degree of harmony in the group, discipline for themselves and towards others. The Frattocchie model began with the initial period in which training consisted of the organization and acculturation of the working classes, starting with workers and peasants, according to a schema influenced by the Soviet school, even if the socializing bent of the Italian institutes mitigated the dogmatism of Moscow. The specificity of the communist school was not only to train pupils who would become national leaders, but also to train thousands of simple militants who had the opportunity to study theory and practice with a view to a future commitment in their countries at the head of a section or local administration. A real school of life with first-rate teachers, including such as Togliatti, Longo, Berlinguer, Napolitano, and D'Alema. The first step in the training was the curricula. To be good communists and leaders, it was required to understand Marxist-Leninist theory to be developed in the field of concrete politics and revolutionary action. Marxism provided the grounding for the political literacy of the communist masses. To this end, summaries were prepared which introduce the lessons in the courses aimed at transforming Marxist-Leninist thought into a political and existential perspective. Then the teachers were aware that in order to make the communist text known to workers, it was required to use simple language with many practical examples for the methods of study. The communist schools were not supposed to just give lessons and ideas and raise the ideological and cultural level, but were also supposed to shape the character for the contact in the classroom, the relationship with others, and the quality of collective life. For this character were essential for the student and his ability to mitigate defects during school attendance. Determination, calmness, sociability, and willpower were some of the qualities to be developed, while the tendency to give into agitation and emotion, representing the hindrance to good performance at school and thus to a potential political career. These things remained unchanging over time, even though the educational system had to adapt to social and political changes. That was even more evident in the 1970s. Those who entered the schools were not longer simply workers or members of the working classes, but young people with an average level of schooling, most being students and office workers, trained to head organization and trade unions. For this reason, the courses also changed, with more room for lessons in political economy, how to draw up budget, and how to speak in public. The history of the Frattocchie School ended in 1993 with the end of communism and the transformation of the Italian Communist Party into the Democratic Party of the left. However, that pedagogical and political system represented a heritage of values and ideals which formed generations of young people and militants. At the end, I want to show you some pictures of Frattocchie schools. One moment. The logo, Patocchie School, garden, e Renato Guttuso picture, garden, color, Stalin courses, Marx courses, Togliatti courses, Thank you for attention and bye from Italy. Ciao, ciao.
Dear conference participants, my name is Tjasa Konoušek and I am a junior researcher at the Institute of Contemporary History in Ljubljana. Today, I would like to talk about a concept that deeply marked Slovene public and political discourse of the last decades and has a vital connection to the collective understanding of the past. This is the concept of reconciliation, or in Slovene, sprava. At the heart of the reconciliation idea lies the question of interpretation of the past, most notably the time of World War II, including the question of collaboration and the liberation movement's killings of enemy soldiers, collaborators, and to some extent political opponents immediately after the war. As you can imagine, in the decades of socialist Yugoslavia, these topics were strictly taboo. But, as it turned out later, they were only repressed, not forgotten. Once the political situation started to change in the 1980s, a group of intellectuals and politicians brought the topic back to the surface and to public attention. The idea of reconciliation stems from this realization of the mistakes and crimes of the communist regime that were committed but denied for decades. The question, in short, is what has been forgotten and what and how it should be remembered. My presentation is structured along two basic claims that I will attempt to follow. First, I argue that the question of sprava is primarily rooted in the political sphere as opposed to civil society. Second, I argue that neither the concept of a nation that remembers, forgets, and forgives, nor the concept of sprava are static, but rather rooted deeply in the historical context and thus liable to change. In the time of Yugoslavia, the topic of communist regime's early mistakes and failures first came to public attention in 1975. Edvard Kocbek, one of the former resistance fighters, a prominent politician and an intellectual figure, spoke up in an interview about the killings of Nazi and fascist collaborators, as well as, to a lesser extent, the killings of communist political opponents at the end of World War II. Consequently, he was discredited and pushed from public life. After Tito's death in 1980, public debate about the killings became more intense. It reached its first peak in 1984, when Spomenka Hribar, a philosopher, and like Kocbek, a prominent public intellectual, started to promote the idea of sprava, that is, a formal state recognition of the post-war killings. That would, in her opinion, give some peace to the families and allow the Slovene nation to move forward as a united entity. The nation, as she understood it, was a continuous living form that was fatally wounded by the injustice of the communist regime and now needs to be healed in order to follow the democratization and national tendencies that were on the rise in the 1980s. Her idea came to life in 1991 when a ceremony was held in Kočevski Rog at one of the sites of the post-war killings. The president of Slovene presidency, Milan Kučan, the leader of the Communist Party and the main promoter of its reform process, conducted a ceremony together with the Archbishop of Ljubljana, Alojzij Šuštar. The reality of the reconciliation ceremony of 1991 was much different from what Hribar envisioned. Both Šuštar and Kučan understood it as a unique, once-in-history type of act, initiated by a small circle of politicians and intellectuals that would allow a broad political consensus needed for a dawning project at hand, that is, making a new Slovene state. The unity created by the reconciliation ceremony, as well as other political compromises of that time, reflected in a high support people had for Slovene politics in the early 1990s. In the years that followed, the topic of post-war killings was no longer taboo, but surprisingly, no major civil initiatives formed that would demand any further investigation of victims or to promote the idea of sprava. On the other hand, the word sprava was often heard in political speeches and statements, as well as in parliamentary discussions. Here we have a graph showing the mentions of sprava in the parliamentary discussions. As you can see, at the beginning of 1990s, the intensity of its use was declining. But in the time that followed, there were 3 years when sprava was mentioned especially often: 1997, 2009, and 2015. By going through the parliamentary records of those years, it quickly becomes apparent what triggered the lively debate. In 1997, Janez Janša and Lojze Peterle, at the time both members of the opposition, proposed a declaration of unlawful workings of the totalitarian communist regime, which would, among other things, mark as legitimate any resistance to the communist activities in the past, and thus defending collaboration with Nazism and Fascism, and make those who oppose communism, quote, worthy of respect and memory, end of quote. The concept of sprava thus first gained a revisionist connotation in 1997, taking a step from admitting and apologizing for communist regime's acts of violence towards delegitimizing the World War II anti-fascist struggle and rehabilitating collaboration. After a heated discussion in the parliament, this proposal was denied. The second peak was connected to the wider European context, specifically to the European Parliament resolution of the 2nd of April 2009 on European conscience and totalitarianism. In Slovenia, the Parliament declined to support the resolution, accepting instead a declaration that referenced itself back to the original idea of sprava from the 80s. It stated that many injustices of the communist regime in Slovenia were corrected before the European Parliament's resolution because of the overwhelming majority support of Slovene citizens for a peaceful transition into parliamentary democracy in the early 1990s and the gradual democratic changes within the communist regime of the 1980s. However, analyzing the parliamentary discussions surrounding this statement, it quickly becomes obvious that the revisionist side of Sprava was strongly present as well. The members of right-wing Slovenian Democratic Party continuously used the term Sprava to delegitimize the arguments of the center-left parties as a whole, based on the negative parts of the left-wing tradition. The fact that all of the political parties denounced any connotations, any continuation or sympathy for communism in the early 1990s had little or no effect on this debate. Sprava reached its last peak in 2015 with a debate about a long-planned monument that was erected 2 years later at the center of Ljubljana. The monument to the victims of all wars touched the same nerve as the 2009 declaration. Left-leaning members of the Slovene parliament strongly opposed the equation between Nazism, fascism and communism that the monument suggested, while the right-wing politicians, again most notably Janša's Slovenian Democratic Party, used it as an epitomized advantage to further revise the past in their favor. Connecting all three situations, it is clearly visible how a concept of reconciliation that was proposed from the top down in the 1980s gained a life on its own. On one side, the original notion of Sprava as a key ingredient for Slovenia's success is still present, but in a lesser extent, while through practical political use, mostly by the right-wing parties, Sprava also became a key entry point for political revision and re-evaluation of the past. Maybe nothing depicts this better than a recent open letter from Spomenka Hribar, the inventor of Sprava herself, to Janez Janša. While Hribar and Janša both advocated for a condemnation of communist injustices in the late 80s and early 90s, this last summer Spomenka Hribar wrote to Janša, "I weep because I see what you have become. We started with an olive branch of Sprava, but I never dreamed your nationalism and chauvinism will torture people for decades to come. You removed our historical ground. What else is there left for us to stand on?"
Hello to everybody. Please just a second so I prepare my PowerPoint presentation. I'll start my presentation with a short quote from my fieldwork diary and then continue more with asking questions and less with giving answers. I hope it will raise your curiosity or perhaps motivate you to find further information in the written materials I provided. I wrote the excerpt I'll read in the following minutes when I was leaving the Museum of Retail in Bratislava, where I searched for the material about Czechoslovak commission shops. So I quote, "I was sitting on a bus approaching my temporary home, having a USB key in my bag with the most precious material gathered during my stay in Bratislava. After unsuccessful research in the libraries, I visited the Museum of Retail, located deeply on the outskirts of the city with the offices furnished in my impression as the socialistic ones decades ago. Young or a bit less young employees of the museum readily and for as long as I desired helped me searching through the material, scanned it immediately and explained it to me as much as they were able to. It was an everything is manageable approach, while we haven't bothered to translate everything into nowadays common English, since Slovene and Slovak, after all, are not so diverse. If we only want to, we can, as we have decades ago, understand each other. Equipped with my research treasure, I therefore moved away from the outskirts and margins of the city and museums where, at least in my impression, time passes differently, and this obviously has its strong benefits. Approaching the city center, I was struck by the uniqueness of the experience, while one remark about the material a museum's employee was scanning strongly echoed in my mind. Nevertheless, how the concurrent politics and therefore the archived documents tried to present and justify these shops, how the personnel tried to arrange, decorate, and tidy them, Keynote and bazaar shops first and most of all were an expression of a deep poverty. Regardless of all the ways how discursively, ideologically, hygienically this poverty was supposed to be at least less obvious, it was always there, omnipresent. Keynote or bazaar shops were experienced through people's basic and pure needs and limitations, through their basic and pure feelings, which were constructing people's own truths and world makings. But how come this particular employee's remark echoes so strongly through me? Exactly today, when my personal deepest truth is that finding this research treasure, which is justifying my whole stay in Bratislava, is a kind of a parallel universe. Nevertheless, how important this research experience and treasure are, today they are emotionally incomparable to an experience which made me feel exposed to the bones and which triggered all of my deepest emotions of fear, disgust, and shame, which lifted up all the carpets and caused all the explanations and rationalizations losing their power, revealing feelings as a headstone of all my attitudes and relations. It seemed my feelings overlapped with employees' impressions and images related to Keynote and bazaar shops as signaling poverty, shame, disgust, marginality, and from the standpoint of the lived experiences, a survival strategy. These impressions and images are therefore retrospective, imbued with my contemporaneity, and I can only wonder if they would correspond with the concurrent roles such shops had for the people, with concurrent attitudes towards them and concurrent emotions related to them. End of quote. In the 10 minutes I have for my presentation, I decided not to bury myself into explaining you historical details about the commission shops and various other retail channels with the second-hand goods, especially with clothing and shoes. The fact is they existed and still exist in various post-socialist states, and correspondingly in the past they were also variously justified by the authorities as well as variously visited and perceived by the consumers. What remains still common to all of them is that for the commission they redeem and sell used goods while usually specializing either in clothing and shoes or in technical wear, cars, etc. My main question regarding these shops is related to their socio-historically conditioned perception and evaluation. Focusing only on second-hand clothing and shoes, which nowadays usually count as basic living goods, I wonder to what extent commission shops were and still are a consumerist option, a first consumerist choice, and to what extent they were or still are predominantly satisfying material, existential needs. Their contemporary perceptions more or less connect them to needs, to material shortages, while only much later I can also think about people's resourcefulness and creativity. This double is something that, for example, Tatiana Telen already a long time ago pointed out as a dead end of the anthropology of post-socialism. In her opinion, associating socialist societies with material economic shortages and, on the other hand, with the social inventiveness and connectedness only strengthens othering of these societies. In such Eurocentric view, economically more developed and modernized Western capitalist societies are the examples to follow, while socialist societies are only their pre-modern phase. However, such perception, if nothing else, overlooks Stalin's concept of indigenous modernity and modernizations, suggesting each society designs its own modernity in its own way, building also on the local traditions, including its economic, political, and social elements. Therefore, to turn back to commission shops, I wonder if there is something in the contemporary lived everyday realities rationally or emotionally proving these shops are not just memories or remnants of the unwanted past. When having in mind past and contemporary shortages, is it possible not only to consider but also practice them as an inspiration? Similarly, as the whole reuse and recycle sector, second-hand shops today are one of the hallmarks of degrowth, sustainability, and circular economy. But leaving aside such discursive and interpretative linkages between past and present, what feelings and rationalizations do second-hand shops with clothing and shoes nowadays trigger on the level of everyday lived post-socialist realities? During my presentation, you can follow a PowerPoint with a photo material, excerpts illustrating Slovene Posrednik and Slovak Klenoti Bazar and Auto Bazar commission shops. I suppose they can trigger images of the robust past marked with shortages and uniformity, images of ugliness and scarcity. At the same time, at least in my opinion, we can also probably agree nowadays we're faced with a shortage of affordable and durable, longer-lasting materials, as well as with shortages of know-how, of the knowledge of remaking and renovating. But not to contribute merely to binary opposition between now and then, when, as nostalgia suggests, time supposedly ran slower and people were more connected, let's try to think more about the contemporaneity not as opposed to the past, but as grown out of it. Already, a brief look reveals today we're surrounded with this variety of the second-hand retail with clothing, from the trendy reuse and redesign shops towards massive, for example, textile shops. Nowadays, they are supplied differently as in the past. On the first glance, there is no scarcity of offer. Nevertheless, what it remained valuable is information. When, for example, new goods are available and the offer of the used but well-preserved is therefore bigger. Highly changeable second-hand markets, namely, still operate as the arenas of the treasure hunt, satisfying not only material needs but also one's desires, pleasures, individuation processes. This can, for example, be one of the similarities between then and now. However, when focusing on the practices and lived realities, the important questions to ask still remain. How come commission shops offering local goods almost vanished? Is their time recurring? Is blossoming of a contemporary second-hand markets a sign of material economic well-being? Or has just the representations of well-being changed? Thank you for your attention.
Okay, we continue with another discussion, and we will now ask the moderator of this panel to take the floor.
Yeah.
I am Radka Šparičková-Slobáková from Palacký University Olomouc from the Czech Republic. And I have a pleasure welcome here to this live discussion also three participants of this session, Tjaša Konovšek. Tanja Konovšek is from Slovenia, from Ljubljana University. Hello, Tanja.
Hi.
She works at the Institute of Contemporary History and about the process.
Moderator of this panel to take the floor. Someone please, some of you has probably the volume on for the live discussion. So if you are watching the live discussion, if you please be so kind and turn the volume off. Thank you.
Should I start again or?
No. Please continue.
Just continue.
Yeah.
We have also the second participant here. It's Ksenia Kolkunova. Ksenia comes from Russia, from Moscow. She is an associate professor and her field is religion. She talked about the impact of scientific atheism on the ways Russians speak of religion. And we have the third participant is Matija Habins. Matija is from Slovenia, from Ljubljana University, and she works at the Department of Technology and Culture Anthropology. She talked about commission shops in Slovakia and about her emotions within this research. Actually, we miss our fourth participant, Anna Tonelli from Italy, from Urbino, who talked about the school of the Communist Party during the communist regime and about the end of the school in 1993 with the end of the of communism. So maybe we will start with a question which was posted by Sonia Luterova, who asks about methodology. She asks about the photographs and the role of photographs to illustrate the presentation of your project, because she noticed that you used photographs when presenting your research project. So her question is if you included photographs in your methodology or research methods as well, for example, in the interviews. So I will ask Tjaša first.
Yes, so here methodology was a bit different because I didn't base my research on oral history, so there weren't any interviews, but it was mostly analyzing the political discourse. So basically, I still deal with a lot of talking about different topics, but not live in interviews. So in my case, the photographs weren't really that important to include them.
Thank you. Matija?
Hello. Yes, as it was probably obviously from my presentation, the photographs I would say, were used methodologically in two ways. First of all, what was my primary intention was to find information. And therefore, as I presented information I gathered from photographs, therefore meaning to reconstruct what it means I won't discuss here, but to gather, let's say, information about how those shops were equipped, where were they, what was the difference, if they were in larger cities or in smaller towns, etc. There were, of course, very important sources, as we know in the historical research, for example. What can be detected, to say it so, from the photographs. But that's only one point, and it occurred later when reflecting about this more or less historical, anthropological, or just historical, ethnological work, that of course, not only photographs, but predominantly photographs are very evocative, not only evocative to remind us about, I don't know, the time, the place when something occurred, what we did, what was the occasion when we were photographed, and so on, but also evocative in the sense as I described in this excerpt at my presentation, meaning that they evoke many feelings or emotions, and therefore also evaluations really, and let's say some not so positivistically gathered information, but more or less also what we think, what we value, what we compare with present times, with contemporaneity. And I've also found this second value, so to say, of the photographs very informative, but informative in other way, really. And that is, I think, the way that it is fruitful to think about the value of the socialist or communist, whatever past, that this past has today for, of course, various people and so on. And in the next or in the following steps, I think it would be very good or very, I don't know, to move further, to present these photographs to the people, to the various groups of people. I concentrated on few examples, but it is similar as when we deal with some other topic. And I believe that photographs are, just to conclude briefly, are really multi-layered sources if we observe them methodologically, what they can invoke, what is not in their scope, really. So I was a bit long, I apologize, but I hope I answered the question.
Thank you very much for your answer. And please, Ksenia.
Thank you. Well, I cannot say that I particularly use photographs, as mostly in this presentation I was showing only the captures from either Soviet fiction films or contemporary documentary. But I still find it very important to see how this optic lens kind of focus our attention on particular features and makes it more visible. This discourse that I'm studying, this reliving Soviet propagandistic memes with new materials. And I think, sorry, my cat hates when I'm speaking foreign languages. She's just crazy about it. The usage of this visual material makes both idea of Soviet propagandists more clear, and these parallels that I'm looking for in this research are very, very obvious and very, open to discussion. So yeah, I think that it can be part of methodology for the research in these parallels.
Okay, thank you very much to all. And Ksenia, please, if you can continue a little bit, can you tell us what's the percentage of Russian population who adheres to Russian Orthodox Church, and what's the percentage of population who adheres to atheism? Thank you.
You see, since Stalin era, we don't have the question about religious affiliation in census. So all the statistic data is either, very representative from the scale perspective, or it can be, ideologically based. So we have various views of this question. I'd say that the number of people that are calling themselves Christian, Orthodox Christian, can vary from 60% to 80%, with the main question who's asking and why they're asking and what are the kind of means of judging. So the church usually thinks that like 90% of population are Orthodox, and scholars tend to lower the number. But this number means nothing, because only 2 to 5% of population act like Orthodox Christian. They take part in, liturgy, fast, or do all sorts of practical kind of religion. So this is a very ambiguous situation, because this idea of remembering the communist past for Russia is as difficult as it can be for any Eastern European or Central European country, because on the one hand, we are in this love-hate relationship with this past. On the other hand, now we're having lots of issues dealing with it. And when it comes to religion, it's the same. On the one hand, everyone is kind of tending to be less religious on individual level. On the other hand, to be an atheist is kind of not good because of this communist past and all these ideas implicated by the label atheist, which I think is a common thing in all post-Soviet region. So, yeah, well, I hope I answered the question.
It connects to the question of what should be remembered in fact and how, in which way. And I come to another question posted by Monika Verzgulova. The reconciliation process after World War II, it is in fact the question to Kjasha Konovchek about the reconciliation process. This process is clearly connected with the politics of memory of special political representatives. How is the topic present in the state educational system?
Okay, that is a very good question, actually. I would say that the elements of reconciliation are represented really well. So it starts with the Second World War. It starts with the question of the liberation movement and collaboration. Then we have the killings after the Second War that were the sore point and one of the major topics inside the reconciliation idea. Then, speaking chronologically, it goes on to socialism, but then I'd say it shifts more to everyday life, not so much to these untold stories. And then when we arrived to the late 80s, we start to talk about civil society, and then we have the major point of this idea of unity in 1990, when we have the referendum for the independent Slovenia. So this is already the time when Yugoslavia is falling apart. And I would say that it is not the reconciliation as such is not actually spelled out in the educational system. It's more a question of newspapers, of television, of politics, and so on. But these major events are actually very well represented. And even now, because we have this 30 years anniversary and so on, so I would say that the focus of how Sprava actually manifests itself is in this remembering the 1990 as the main year of unity. But to have some, for example, some historical overview of the concept, that is very rare. I think that we only have maybe 1 or 2 scholarly articles that are actually dealing with it as a concept, and then let alone have it in, for example, textbooks and so on. So I think this is the main line.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. We have some more minutes. I am now thinking about these diverse topics you introduced in this panel. And I think Ksenia and Tiasha talked about the state-regulated politics of memory, while Mattia talked a little bit about this private space of remembering and recollections. But I think that all these topics are connected to emotions. So how we emotionally accept and how we emotionally see these past events. And I would like to ask you about the role of emotions in your research. Matia, you can start, please.
Yeah, thank you. Well, the role of emotions kind of came accidentally on the way of my research. I didn't plan to research emotions and so on. I just planned to find out some more information about the history of the second-hand shops, because first I researched the contemporary situation in Slovenia, and from then on I came towards the stereotype that second-hand shops never in the history existed in Slovenia. That was a stereotype presented by media, and it was like an argumentation why we have so few and that we have to modernize itself since in the past we were not so modern, etc. And when I digged into the past, I found out, of course, totally opposite situation, not only in the private sphere, but also in the public, that many shops, of course, existed. But then what it interested me, it was also in this public discourse, emotional attitude towards the socialist past, saying that we are not so modern, meaning not having so many second-hand shops, because we Slovenes kind of still associate wearing or even buying stuff in second-hand shops with being pre-modern, meaning being poor, meaning being pre-oriented towards a green economy, a sustainable economy, etc., all the labels that are now attached to this recycle economy and so on. And this was a label attributed directly and mostly only to socialism. And therefore, the path led me towards the research of second-hand and commission shops in the past in Slovenia, Croatia, a bit, and a little bit also in Slovakia. And only not really accidentally, but the excerpt I cited from my journal was really like the turning point when I turned also from the research of, these facts, so to say, about the past and in comparison with the present times, to turning once again, so to say, to the fact that, in my opinion, it is subjective and so on, but that everything, either publicly, as you mentioned, or privately, that has to do with the comparison now, and then it is made from the present times. Nevertheless, who speaks, but it is from the current position, from the situated knowledge, or whatever we call it. And methodologically observed, what is something I would like to dig deeper, so to say, when I will prepare this also in a paper. For the paper, it is how the interpretation, for example, of me or any other as a researcher corresponds with the interpretation of my interlocutors, for example, or the people with whom I talk to. And when they, explain me something from the photograph, I can be attentive to their happiness or to their sadness or to their various feelings. But this case made me think about, okay, they show me, or it is possible people show various feelings, emotions attached to some situation, photography or whatever. But what I emphasize is also probably something what corresponds to my, feeling at that special moment, or to the situation I am. So it is about the, so to say, objectivity, which is never, of course, possible, but more or less being objective as a researcher. And this again opened a broad, a mass of literature on the topic and so on. But I think it is, again, very important, point of view or a general thing to say that, as it was said a couple of minutes ago, it is the question who is the interpreter, who interprets, who speaks. It is not only in history. Okay, the history is written by those who won or the rulers or so, but also in the science and in the research field.
Sorry, Matia. I was warned we are running out of time.
I'm sorry, I'm very long.
Short answers, Ksenia, Ityasha.
Thank you. Well, for my subject, scientific atheism is super emotionally charged, especially today, when it's often discussed as an ideology, as Soviet heritage, and rather negatively emotionally charged, I'd say, especially in social media when people are referencing to their experience, to their past, to their student experience, for example, some memories from their kind of communist studies. But in this discursive practice that I'm describing here, this heritage lives on, and it uses the same emotionally charges and transmitters for the same aim. And I'd say that it is using these charges rather effectively, as we can judge from, for example, comments on YouTube for these films, as people are kind of playing the same game, playing the rules that scientific atheism and kind of communist ideology put for them many years ago. So yeah, it's a multi-layered, emotionally charged subject.
Thank you. Yasha?
Yeah, very shortly. I would say that also reconciliation is full of emotions, and maybe at the beginning it was more like intimate, but in the last 30 years, the emotions are definitely more and more public and politically charged as well. And I think they are running very high sometimes, and they are used for political mobilization also, because we almost don't have any more living witnesses of the Second World War and post-war killings. So it is either something that was transmitted inside families, and it becomes emotional from this side, but mostly it's emotional for people who have no personal connection to the primary events of reconciliation. So I would definitely say they are becoming publicly motivated.
Mm-hmm. Thank you to all. That's the end of our discussion.
Yeah. So thank you very much, dear ladies. It was really a very interesting panel and discussion. Greetings to your cat, Ksenia.
Thanks.
And now we will have a lunch break, so please enjoy your meals and take care and be safety and healthy. Bye.
Yes, and
Thank you.
We will be back with continuation with the panel 3 at 1:40.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks.
Dear colleagues, in my paper, I would like to speak about a project that is being carried out at the Institute of Ethnology of the Czech Academy of Sciences. In the project, the 14 till 18 years old grandchildren or children should ask their grandparents or parents for choosing the most significant photograph connected with the socialist period from the family photo album. They should also ask for detailed description of the photograph and discuss events or situation depicted at the photograph. 34 students, pupils from the grammar schools in Brno participated in the project till now. I found inspiration for the project in the research of German sociologist and social psychologist Harald Welzer and his team. His research dealt with the question how personal memories of the National Socialist past, which means dictatorship, undemocratic regime in Germany, are passed on to younger generations. I intended to ask which memories of another undemocratic regime of the 20th century, communism, are passed on to younger generation and how they are passed. Just as well, sir, I have chosen environment of a family for the research. I follow the concept of collective memory and communicative memory. From this position, I understand the family as one of the basic subjects that carry the social framework in which past events, experiences, customs, and rules are retrieved and communicated. Halbwachs describes the family as an intimate and confidential commemorative community that preserves and hands down its own specific memories that are not merely images of the past, but also models and examples that reflect the group's overall attitudes, quality, and weaknesses. Working with memories of communism, there is also another point that has to be taken into consideration. I have to be aware also of the grand narrative about socialism, communism. In the Czech society after 1989, the negative grand narrative about communism as a dictatorship predominated. Totalitarian paradigm occurred. The totalitarian paradigm resulted also in the fact that heroes began to be wanted, oppressed victims of communism, and everyone wanted to be counted among them. Totalitarian regime of the 20th century were, however, rather participatory dictatorship, grounded on majority population engagement, in other words, on certain form of social consensus referred to as a social contract as well. And by photographs, intergenerational transmission of memories in the family is very often done through ritualized family stories. The transmission can take place using materialized form of memory. Often these are photo albums, which in these cases serve both as a medium for the transfer of memories and as an illustration of family history. Photo album or photos can certainly be considered the most important mediator activating memories. In my paper, I will show 3 examples from the collection, and I will draw my attention not only to topics that have been chosen using photographs as important, significant for the communist past. I mean topics related to the most important fields of everyday and public life and social structures in communism, but also to ways of narrative transmission of attitudes and values, meanings and images of the communist past within the family. The first photograph, Daddy's state decoration. A grandma born 1946 described the work of his father as a member of the collective farm. She said, the work was strenuous. Everything was done manually. Parents took good care of the animals, were achieving high life weight gains. Daddy was rated to be one of the best pig keepers. On that occasion, he was awarded the State Medal, Builder of Socialist Agriculture in September 1966. The collective farm management had to make a gigantic effort to persuade my dad to take part in the ceremony. In 1957, he was forced to join the collective farm and to surrender all the agricultural property. Although he was compelled to join the collective farm, he always carried out his work consciously because farming was the way the family earned its living for several generations. The story reflects persecution of the family in the period of communism. However, an image of the industrious father is being created at the same moment. Family values are passed on. Ethos of a good job done is here explicitly addressed. Besides, the family continuity is highlighted here. The description could be seen as a possible strategy of coping with ambiguous and traumatic past. Participation in a regime is justified through the diligence. Motivation for choosing the photograph was, it was typical for our family. Second photograph, holiday in Yevani. Mommy, born 1975, described the picture. In 1978, we were on holiday in Yevani at the cottage of our friends. Left in the picture, I am with my 1-year-old cousin and granny. I couldn't swim, that's why I have water wings, which were scarce that time. I obtained them from my uncle from Prague. In the photo, pay your attention to the Hotel Moskva in the background. Yevani was a very popular place for a holiday at the time, and a summer resort of Soviet soldiers. Nowadays, all looks somewhat differently. In this story, the topos of happy childhood appears, topos that we can find in the narratives of older persons frequently. At the same time, we can see thematization of scarce goods, grey economy, again one of frequent motifs. Also, the mention of Soviet soldiers and the hotel named Moscow order the description to socialism, to that what does not exist anymore. This reason was also given as motivation for choosing the photograph. I would say there is also another motivation, nostalgia. Third photograph, young pioneers in uniform. Mommy, born 1970, told, in the picture, there is the young pioneer group of the elementary school in Slovakia, which I attended with my sister. As we can see in the picture, young pioneers met once a week and played various games with each other, produced different items, but also walked around the countryside and spent together about 1 or 2 hours taking collective actions. Even though it was a way of communist ideology, I went there grudgingly. I experienced lots of cheerful moments. Pioneer movement surely was one of the symbols of communism, and that's why this photograph was chosen. There was a lot of exact information about the organization in the description. We have to deal again with something that is a history that does not exist anymore and needs explanation. Exact information cannot hide the ambivalence that accompanies this organization. On one hand, Mommy describes it as a part of communist ideology. On the other hand, description of the photo, including activities and cheerful moments, is positive. Conclusion. Considering the topics, photographs which I collected document both facts that are regarded as symptomatic for the communist regime, I mean young pioneer, May Day parades, Stalin's monument, etc., and those that are not such symptomatic at the first sight, like wedding, leisure activities, or holidays. Then the description of the photos is important. They thematize facts that are connected with the socialist past, including values or evaluation of this historical period. Interesting are also the motivations why did children or grandchildren in cooperation with their grandparents or parents choose the given photo. Perhaps the most frequent reason was, it's not like that today. This certain exotism plays a significant role. I can say that socialism is often depicted as something distant as for time, something that is hard to understand, that is away. The second reason is the picture evokes pleasing memories of my grandma, mom or dad, or captures a significant moment in her life. These comments are mostly connected with photographs depicting family life, leisure, etc. The third reason is it was typical for our family or characteristic of the period. Both personal and official aspects thus appear here. Therefore, the pictures taken during pig killing or of the May Day parade were chosen. As we could see, not only stories but also values are passed on. Memories shared and handed down therefore ensure family coherence and continuity of family traditions. However, they are not unchanging. The past is reconstructed in accordance with the current interests and needs of the family. We can see it in the example of Young Pioneer or also the award of the collective farm. It turned out that this method of asking has its limits. Welzer considers family memory to be a reflection on the general consensus of family members on what to consider as their history. Representatives of the younger generations acquire knowledge of the family's past in the process of socialization through narrating, listening, inquiring, and handing down stories of previous generations. We know what grandparents or parents pass on. However, how this information is processed by the grandchildren could not be found in the answers. There I see the necessity to continue the research. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, my name is Sonia Luterová. I am from the Institute of Ethnology and Social Anthropology at Slovak Academy of Sciences, and today I will be talking about the project and presentation Photographs with a Story, Memories of the Socialist Era in Families. In my presentation, I will at first talk about the project we are working on at our institute. Then I will be talking about theoretical and methodological concepts which are related to this project. Then I will briefly talk to you about our data and our results of preliminary analysis. And in the end, I would like to propose some conclusion. The research this paper is connected to the project is called Current Images of Socialism. It is an ongoing project. As part of this project, we organized a competition for children aged 10 to 18, and we asked them to choose a photograph from their family album, which is connected to the socialist era in Slovakia as part of former Czechoslovakia. And we asked them to ask their older relatives, be it grandparents or parents, to tell them the story which relates to this picture. Then the children should rewrite or reinterpret these narrations into the text and send it to us along with the related photograph. So far we have 22 testimonies and we are collecting more. The topic is connected and related to the anthropological understanding and approach to the memories and remembering of the collective past. The main question is how is and in what way is the socialist era remembered in the families? The second narrators, the children who are sending us these texts, to them the socialist era is probably a distorted collection of an abstract and distant past because they all been born after the fall of socialist regime in 1989. The question remains whether socialist past is a vivid part of the communicative memory in the families. The collective narrative about socialism in Slovakia or in the society as a whole is mainly negative. But individual memories of our witnesses are rooted in everyday life. They are also connected to their identity-making process, and the narrations are influenced by their current notions and perspectives on socialism. Also important relation here is to whom are they telling their story, that they are telling their story to their children or grandchildren. So this also influences the narrations, and there might be a significant discrepancy between memories lived and memories told. Who is the narrator here? We have two groups of narrators. First, the witnesses, the grandparents, the parents, and then the second narrators who are reinterpreting the first narrators' narrations in their texts, the children. The meanings which are in the texts are twofold as well, and sometimes it is difficult to analyze and say where is the border between these two group of narrators. So what we do is we analyze the transmission of the memories and the representations. Also, what comes to the play are the photographs. They are selectively captured moments in time, and as such, they are not mere passive agents in regard to the process of remembering and to narrations. Also, when the witnesses look at their photographs as sort of objectified, materialized representations of their past and of their own experiences, these photographs probably evoke emotions and sensations, colors, tastes, sounds, and they influence the way they narrate and interpret their own experiences. The themes of the stories which we collected are threefold. First, they are collective social, political, and we have collective social, political, and cultural phenomena, such as First May Parade or Spartakiads. Then we have individual, I call them situational memories, which are about particular memories and experiences, such as, for example, the story about the grandmother who once was a fashion model, amateur fashion model at her working place. Then we have more broad and more general biographical stories, which usually have only marginal, give us only marginal information about the socialist era. Let me now briefly tell you what are the themes in the narrations. So first, there is very much present the feeling of nostalgia. Nostalgia from the perspective or on the side of the first group of narrators, the witnesses, and the listeners as well. Old albums, let me read you some excerpt. Old albums forgotten in the boxes in the attic are magical. When opening the first album, I even stopped breathing for a second. So this is clearly connected to the old photographs as the objectification of past. When she looked at the old photographs, sometimes she frowned or even dropped a tear, but then she smiled. And for a short while, she was young again. So this is a feeling of nostalgia connected to the witnesses and their feeling of loss of their childhood, loss of their youth, and the world as it was back then. Scarcity and oppression. The theme of consumption and scarcity is also very much present in the stories, but usually it is also interpreted in ambiguous way. Firstly, they talk about not having enough things and about the feeling of scarcity and the problem of scarcity. But they also say that this gave them an opportunity to live their life meaningfully and to value the things in their everyday life which are truly meant to be valued and which are truly meaningful. For example, the pioneers looked forward to the camps because we had no cell phones and computers, which would keep us too busy to go outside to breathe some fresh air and spend some time with our friends. So as you can see, here is also a sort of critique of current lifestyle and today's everyday lives of today's teenagers. The grandma was very frank, and that was her mistake. They have lost their bonuses, and their two children, my daddy and aunt, could not study what they wanted to. So again, this is the theme of oppression and injustice. And the narrators, the witnesses, usually paint themselves as the victims of the regime, and the one who were oppressed, not the oppressors. Of course. The ambiguities in the stories continues. The a very frequent theme is the theme of ambiguities in performances and stances in public and private life in the socialist society. Witnesses interpret that most of them have learned how to deal with the regime in their everyday life and how to overcome the obstacles to be able to live normal life according to that time standards. And they said that they had to understand the hidden meanings and principles of everyday life during socialism. This is reflected in their narrations, and it also reflects in a humorous and ironical way in which some of them are talking about socialist era. For example, during socialism, everything was being done, helped with, worked at, and improved in all the possible ways, but mainly in your free time, with an obligatory enthusiasm and without any salary, of course. Another theme is the theme of then and now, so comparing past and the present. But narrators are usually critical of both socialist society and today's society as well. Now we care only for our comfort. Thank you, dear grandparents. So this is the stance of and the perspective of the younger narrator. And so you can see that the critique goes both ways, not only to the past, but to the present as well. So to conclude, the biographical narrations about the socialist society, which was itself built on ambiguities, are also full of ambiguous meanings. Past, present, meaningfulness, living a meaningful life, doing meaningful things, and emptiness. My time, your time. My childhood, which is gone and lost, and your time, which I am critical about as well. So what we can do in our data is to analyze the transmission of the representations and the meanings about the socialist era and their narrations in the families. I will be very curious about your remarks and what do you think, so please let me know. I would like to discuss this with you more. Thank you very much.
Welcome to my presentation. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, how do families in the Czech Republic talk about the communist period, and what's the role of the national discourse in it? What I mean by the national narrative, by the national discourse. It's the official narrative, such as it is promulgated in school textbooks, which is disseminated in public spaces through state-sponsored media. We can see national narrative in heritage sites like museums and various exhibitions. And we also can see this national narrative manifested in memory events such as national holidays. What I want to argue, so my arguments are that family stories may be supported by the official narrative, but also impaired, weakened by it. I want also to argue that the official narrative has a tremendous impact on the ways families talk about communism, but also on family values, family relations, and even family functioning. My findings draw on research which has been done with 13 families living in the present-day Czech Republic. Within each family, we interviewed 3 generations. The youngest generation was born after the fall of communism, I mean after 1989. So altogether, we had 39 family members, and we had 39 perspectives on family stories. What was very surprising for us, that through family stories about communism, family members expressed their own political leanings or even political positions of their whole families. These stories can be divided into 2 groups. The first group, it is a definite rejection of communism. These stories can be called anti-communist stories. In them, family members emphasized the suffering of family members. They told about persecutions from political or religious reason. They told very often about forced collectivization. And the youngest family members said that thanks to these stories, they adopted their anti-communist worldviews. For example, here, 21-year-old man who said, thanks to these stories, I was able to quite quickly and clearly form a definite opinion on communism and similar, let's say, dictatorships. Now, the second group of stories. These stories set good stories of communism, so we can call them pro-communist stories. But they were not so much about what happened during the communist period, because they were built a little bit with caution. For example, the membership in the Communist Party was avoided but disclosed by younger family members. These stories reflected a strong nostalgia for communism. Very often there was a comparison of what was before and what is now. And there was also a tendency to excuse or explain the inclination of family to communism. Now again, the position of the youngest family members. They adopted the pro-communist position of their family. And they talked a little bit suspiciously about the current state of democracy in our country. For example, here, a 25-year-old woman, she said, in my family, we haven't adored Havel, we did not take him as a hero, but as a pub drunker who was somehow elevated to the castle. I had two-sided perspective on him. Or the youngest family members of this group talked about disputes and quarrels in their families about communism. For example, here, my grandpa, he hated communists, he was entirely anti-communist, and my daddy also, he adopted it at home. But my mother's grandparents, they considered the communists good. When they met, they were fine, but if the topic of politics emerged, it was the end. They quarreled over it extremely. I want to draw your attention now to research done by psychologist Robin Fibush and her colleagues. She found that family stories are very closely connected to family values, because if we talk about the past to younger family members, we not only talk about what happened about the past, we transmit not only the knowledge of the past. Through these stories, we transmit also our family's worldviews, our evaluation of past events, our family values. So there is a very close connection of family stories and family values, family functioning, and family identity. What are our findings? If anti-communist stories were told, very often the ancestors' behavior was appreciated positively. Younger family members emphasized their courage or their endurance. Older family members served as role models for younger family members. In these families, their members often talk about the family past. These families were good functioning families, and we also found that there were good relations between various family generations. On the other hand, the second group of stories, pro-communist stories. So family members didn't know much how to talk about communism and what exactly to say. They couldn't see role models in their ancestors, and younger family members were not sure about transmitted values and family legacies. They didn't talk often about the family past. And we found that these families were not well-functioning families, that very often disputes and quarrels prevailed. Conclusions and hypotheses. I believe that a strongly anti-communist national narrative supports the telling of anti-communist stories and also supports good relations between generations in anti-communist families. On the other hand, it downplays, it impairs the telling of more positive stories about communism and also the growth of good relations in families more favorable to communism. So my hypothesis is, but this hypothesis, of course, must be checked by further research, that the strong anti-communist narrative, I mean the narrative which says that communism was bad, doesn't provide narrative models for families who were not persecuted by communism. And it entails a shortage in the transmission of family values and also a shortage in the transmission of positive family relationships between generations. Thank you for listening. I am looking forward to your questions and comments.
Dear colleagues, we are here with a discussion to your interesting presentations. I am very happy that I am the moderator of this discussion, as I know all three of you and your research, and it is really a privilege to be here in the discussion. We have some questions on Slido.
Introduce the panelists.
Oh, I'm sorry. You did it, but I will repeat and introduce you again. So, Jana Nosková from Ethnological Institute of Czech Academy of Sciences, the branch in Brno. Radka Slabáková-Švářičková from the professor of history from the Olomouc University. And my colleague, Sonia Ďarfáš-Luterová from the Institute of Ethnology and Social Anthropology, Slovak Academy of Sciences, Bratislava. So I have many questions, but I will start with the questions on Slido. So here is one for Jana Noskova. Do you know if these chosen photographs have been known to the youngest generation before your research?
I can answer this question because we asked only for photographs and comments, and of course we wanted to have as much descriptions of context as possible, but sometimes it was not the case. So, and it was caused as well because actually I asked at schools and teachers actually were dealing with children. And I received then only collected photographs and collected stories. That's why actually at the end I said it would be very interesting to speak with children personally as like something like follow up or something like the next step in the research. So I don't know how often grandparents or parents are discussing the past with children, how often they look at these photographs. I can't actually answer this question because it was not asked, and I didn't ask, and I don't know it.
Yeah, thank you.
That's why I liked very much the second speech of Sonia Luterova, because I think it is the next step that I don't have.
So actually,
our projects are actually somehow connected.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. So this is what I want to say, that your project, Jana, and Sonia's project were born maybe 2 years ago, like siblings in Bratislava. So they are connected, and it is really interesting to follow the dynamic and interpretations of the material. So, but we will continue with the next question. Luba Volanska is asking or writing, thank you very much for the presentations. I would like to ask all three presenters if and when yes, in what way the so-called generational skip is reflected in their research, generačný skok, preskok. I mean the youngest generation of grandchildren having common interests and positions as the grandparents.
Maybe Radka would be the best person to answer this, I guess.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the floor. I wanted to say at the beginning that I am very pleased that there is so many research about family memory, because when we started in 2015, we thought we were the first one and the only ones, and so I am very pleased by all these other research. What I can say about the generational shift, actually I don't know what it is meant by that, but what I know about the recollections of various generations. And I have experience from my research about the memory of the Second World War. And what we did, so we found that the youngest generation, so I mean this generation who was born after 1989, I mean after the fall of communism, they remember differently. So they remember like their colleagues in Western Europe or in Western part of Europe, while the oldest generation, they remember like in a communist way. So this might be a generational shift, or this generational gap, how the past is recollected or remembered.
Thank you, Radka. We have only 8 minutes for next discussion. So if you want to answer the question I gave you, so we can continue with Jana and Sonia, or we can continue with another question. What do you mean?
Yeah, because I don't know what it was generational shift or skip.
Skip like that the grandchildren and grandparents are like on the common basis or in the
you know,
how it was. Sorry.
Okay, I can't.
Yeah.
I am not sure. I'm not
common
sure that I can.
Interest and position. Sorry.
So I can't actually. I can't answer this question as well because if you have only, I think that the story we know only the story of one of these generations actually. Yeah, so I can't compare if grandchildren or children think something a bit different, a bit different than the parents, because I actually became only the retold story of these grandparents, and then I can't distinguish what the parent or grandparent said and what the child actually says or repeats. Yeah, so
this is actually what was interesting in this method, which we both used, is that like what we've got was the retold story, re-narrated and reinterpreted by the grandchild.
Yeah.
But it was very difficult to distinguish what are exactly the words of the original witness and what is the interpretation of the narrator, of the second narrator, of the child.
Yeah.
And it is like very ambiguous usually, and it is also reflected in the way, for example, who is the first person whose words we are reading.
Yeah.
And sometimes it shifted even in one text, you know, like it began as the narration of the child, then it shifted into the narration of the witness, and then it came back.
Yeah.
So I think this was actually the most interesting part for me, like the small snippets of meanings put there by the grandparent or the parent, and then the child, you know, and the I would say implicit discussion between these two generations. Yeah. It was either grandparents or parents, but I have to say that usually in case of our data, it was usually grandparents. And in connection to gender, it was usually grandmothers, which is also interesting, but I have to say it was a small sample, so I cannot generalize, but I just want to say that it made me wonder who actually is the person in individual families who is the main witness and main influencer, as you say, who makes the narrative in the family in the first place.
Yeah, understand.
So, and I think there are many things that can influence this, because we have as well recorded descriptions made like interview, when the grandchild actually interviews the grandpa or grandma. But we have as well written descriptions of these photos, and then actually there is the grandchild repeating what he or she heard from the grandmother. And then there are as well these two levels. My grandmother says something, and then a comment, actually, or something like comments of the grandchild about the story. But it is, I think that as well these written and oral sources are as well a bit different.
Yeah. We have 3 more questions, but I'm afraid we can choose only one. And maybe I can share the another in written form to you, okay? So it's Petra Schindler from Prague is asking to all, thanks for excellent papers. Do you also deal with any regional, educational or gender differences in your research on the family transmissions of memories? So maybe it's to all, but maybe to Radka. I am not sure, but you mentioned the grandmother
gender
role.
In a way.
Yeah.
Yes, so me. No, actually, no, we didn't pay attention to these factors in our research. It could be interesting, maybe the role of gender. It is known that women, if they remember the past differently than men. And something perhaps can be seen also in their memories of communism, that they reflected more everyday life. While our youngest participants talk about their political positions, and how they inherited their political positions from their grandfathers or fathers, etc. So that could be some gender difference, but as I said, we didn't pay attention to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. So maybe one more question then. Tiasha is asking, in the nostalgic view of the communist past, how do people come to terms with the negative sides of communism and combine it with the positive nostalgic? Who is interested to answer first?
I think,
Jana?
I think okay. I think it's difficult. Yeah, they have to manage somehow. And I think that one of the possibilities is how somehow to downplay or to these negative things that happened, or say, okay, it was maybe as well like this, but I didn't experience something similar. Yeah. And I think it's one possible strategy how to cope with this. Okay, they can, I am not sure that they can totally be silent about these negative things. I think that it is not possible today, because they can not omit it. Yeah. Because the totalitarian narrative is strong in the Czech Republic, definitely, and I think that they can't really omit it. But I think that one of these strategies is downplaying, or say it was not my case. Yeah, so I can't say anything negative about it.
Yeah.
And some of them are actually as well, I don't know how to say it so strong, but I think that some of them actually can say I had profit. I profited. My life was actually the best, very good in socialism, because I actually was the elite in the society at that time. And some it's. And then it's I think it's normal that they evaluate it positively. And then the comparison with today, and of course today is the time different. People are not so friendly, and people are not so don't do anything collectively, and so there are many reasons how you can explain it, that the socialism was good.
Yeah, I also wanted to say that there are there's a huge variety of strategies how to deal with this. Two things came to my mind. The first one is that these narrations were connected to photographs. And this is really important in terms of nostalgia and overcoming negative aspects of the narrations, because when do you take photographs? You usually take photographs in occasions which are not necessarily happy,
but special maybe.
But specific, usually more positive occasions. So this is first. And well, again, the strategies varied, but important thing was irony. So using humorous, ironical way, which wasn't even sometimes made explicit to the children, but it was possible to see it that way. Yeah.
So, okay, thank you for your answers, comments, and inspiring ideas. I wish you to be healthy and take care, and stay with us during our conference. So
we will. And I would like to thank as well to Matthew Kaščák and all people who are behind the screen, because they helped me very much. Thank you.
Because Janka did an online presentation, so
Thank you. So otherwise it would not be possible.
So now we will have a short break.
Yeah, very short. 2:40, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. This is Adam Wiesner speaking. My presentation will be about appropriating not knowing approach in therapy, in collaborative therapy, specifically for oral history interview. At the very beginning, I would like to say that I was impressed how many people, presenters from this virtual conference actually are not only historians, but because I was responsible for putting together the book of abstracts, I saw in your short bios that there are actually quite a lot of people, a lot of you who studied psychology. Some of you also do psychotherapy or are experts in psychology and psychotherapy. And I was impressed. I actually don't have that experience in conferences. When I speak about my research, I usually talk to people who are historians. My experience is that the focus of historians and people who work with therapy or people who come from the psychological background is a little bit different. Maybe this virtual conference will prove me wrong, which would be basically a very positive result for me, because basically what I want to talk about today and what I focus on in my research is the affinity between these two fields and where I see them. At the very beginning, maybe I would like to start with what is a not knowing, why such approach, why I find it interesting. Well, while some oral historians are aware of the fact that they had not been trained as therapists and they feel the need to express so, I feel that they probably think that there's such a huge difference between what oral historian does in practice and what therapists do in practice. I, on the other hand, think that there doesn't have to be that much difference if we focus on postmodern therapies, such as the collaborative therapy, which was founded by Harry Gulishian and Harleen Anderson. And I would like to demonstrate this affinity of shared values and principles, because I believe that they basically stem from a philosophical background, which is very similar. On these two quotes, one comes from oral historians Anna Sheftel and Stacy Zamczycki, who published a very interesting book, Oral History Off the Record. And they basically say that oral history interview process could be explained as a collaborative space that acknowledges the humanity of the interviewer and interviewee, and valorizes the relationships that grow out of these encounters. And similarly, the founder of collaborative therapy, Harleen Anderson, conceptualizes therapy in its postmodern sense as a language system and a linguistic event in which people are engaged in a collaborative relationship and conversation, a mutual endeavor toward possibility. I really like these two quotes because I think they really show or reveal the resonance between both of these approaches, and they basically show that what we do in therapy, what we do in oral history, does not have to come from different values. Basically, what a not knowing approach is, it's not a technique, even though it's talked of as technique. Anderson specifically says it's not a technique, and it's something that we cannot be learned and practice just when we have an opportunity, because it is a philosophical stance. So basically what it describes is it more describes the approach that the interviewer comes from when they do conduct interviews, rather than a technique that they would apply for a specific purpose. So how could we characterize it? What it is, what it consists of, is the best way how to explain probably what it is. It's in her own words, as Anderson says, it's a philosophical stance of humility about what one knows. Not knowing is also non-blaming, non-judgmental, non-confronting. It could be described as anti-diagnostic and anti-psychiatric. And it accepts, or one of the goals of such approach is to accept our participants or conversational partners as experts on their life. What it does, in effect, is that the therapist who conducts an interview or a conversation is in practice more interested in learning what their conversational partners has to say about their life and about themselves, rather than pursuing, telling, validating, or promoting their own knowledge on them. Since I'm a social anthropologist and I'm also a practicing therapist, I didn't have any experience with oral history before joining this Monica's project. And after conducting several interviews, I realized that I cannot split myself into two, and I just am who I am, this blurred mixture of fields. And since I have this postmodern philosophical background, I tend to do interdisciplinary stuff. And I was asking myself, like, what does really oral historian do that I wouldn't do or that I didn't do? And I realized that I cannot put a clearly marked boundary between this is ethnography, this is oral history, and this is therapy, since I don't really see it. And I was trying to find if there is something that could be potentially shared with wider public, and this is what basically is my presentation about. So if we return back to what is not knowing and how to apply it in practice, in her most famous monograph, Conversation, Language, and Possibilities, Harleen Anderson explains not knowing as a philosophical stance that in conversation follows 6 intertwined features that are closely related and cannot stand alone. And she names them as trust and belief, asking conversational questions, listening and responding, maintaining coherence, staying in sync, honoring a participant's story. I find these 6 features very useful for the therapeutic environment. However, I felt the need to appropriate them or modify them slightly for my own oral history setting. So I picked only 3 of them that I found most important for myself. Basically, it was only 2 of them: honoring the story, responsive listening, and I also added one more: genuine curiosity. Honoring the story, what do I mean by that? It doesn't mean that we always have to, as interviewers, agree with what our conversational partners have to say, and I am sure we all have such experience already. What it means is that we can always value their life experience and respect it as such. In the interview with Chris Hoff, Harleen Anderson explains how to use, or how her uses metaphors in her classes and how it helps students to understand what collaborative approach means in practice. And she says that if we imagine that every person we have a chance to talk to is bringing with them a gift in the form of, she says, a story ball, like a ball of shredded life experiences. So when being offered this story ball to share them with them as a gift, we do not want to take it away from them immediately. She says that maybe we might prefer just to touch it gently first or look at it while being genuinely curious about what they would like to show us. And I really like this metaphor since I find it very beneficial in my own field work, as it allows me to create more collaborative space in the conversational setting. And based on my experience, I can also confirm that it is a very constructive approach to build on. The second, responsive listening, it's an appropriated respond and listen, or listen and respond Anderson's feature, based on the concept that I borrowed from social thinker John Shutter, who emphasizes the relevance of Mikhail Bakhtin's socially responsive view of the whole process of understanding each other. It basically means in practice that we cannot always act out of our inner plan or inner structure, despite the structured interview that we have prepared, no? But we act responsively by doing what it calls from us. So sometimes we have to ask because sometimes we do not understand. And we cannot assume that we understand. So we just follow what the conversational partner said and we respond. We listen responsively because we understand the whole conversation as a collaborative space, as a collaborative process where meaning is generated. The third concept is called genuine curiosity, and it is borrowed directly from Harlene Anderson. It is about the fact that in collaborative approach, we as interviewers share our honest and sincere capacity to be receptive, to invite, respect, hear, listen, and be engaged in our conversational partner's story. And when sincerely applied in practice, such genuine or even heartfelt curiosity and interest in the dialogical generative process, it allows for respecting our partner's voices and valuing their experience. And it often happened to me that the people I met thanked me for giving them a chance to think and talk about their life in retrospective. And in the end, they said it was a pleasant experience for them, despite their original concerns of being judged. So this is all that I have prepared for you. I'm very interested in your own experiences, feedback, comments. This last slide of references just shows what I used in my presentation, and I thank you for your attention.
Dear colleagues, as my title suggests, my presentation will be more reflexive rather than analytical. I will here focus on epistemic and ethical questions and dilemmas, which resulted from my biography research within the project Current Images of Socialism. I start with some theoretical background. My research is focused on life stories of ordinary people who have lived mostly their adult life in Czechoslovakia. Till now, I have realized 30 narrative biography interviews with 8 women and 5 men. However, all life trajectories were very different. They were somehow connected with so-called communist past. Following Rosenthal, I will call the narrators biographers. I will prefer the term socialism according to emic perspective of biographers. They use the adjective communist only in connection with Communist Party and its members. The border between we-they was very strict and obvious, in the sense we are not they. Biographers, according to contemporary philosophy doctrine, reflected that communism itself was the future goal of the socialist society progress. Further, I prefer here the term established or outly socialism, which had a direct relation to everyday life. I also see everyday life culture as the central domain of the ethnologist research perspective on how to capture knowledge about the past. I'm interested in any value judgments and comprehensive narratives, so-called micro-stories from life, that communicate everyday life in socialism. I understand the collective memory concept as central theoretical background. However, as Sontag pointed, maybe there is no such thing as collective memory. The society is able to choose, to think, to speak, but not to remember. What if the term collective memory is just another name for an ideology? As Constantine pointed, it always privileges the interest of the present. The discussion about research of contemporary history is more sensitive that it concerns not only the systematic research of socialist dictatorship, but also the wider public debate and collective memory about the socialist experiment. As a result of many conflict expectations, Pullman sees enforcement so-called totalitarian historical model of interpretation, and this model has become a hegemonic narrative about communism. In addition, confirmed by narrative practices that pit the evil regime against an innocent dominated society. This dominant narrative is reflected also in Slovak society within academic and public discourse. As my research has revealed, to speak about the recent past is still a tricky business, not only for the biographers, but also for the researchers. As ethnologist, I do not aspire to reconstruct history, and I'm not primarily interested in how something really happened. Through people's subjective memories, I would like to thematize memory in its various forms, all the while understanding this as an instrument for creating the meaning of the past. Finally, our understanding of the past has strategic, political, and ethical consequences. Contests over the meaning of the past are also contests over the meaning of the present and over ways of taking the past forward. The asymmetry between biographical and collective memory is when the official image of the past does not correspond with the biographical experiences of individuals. Exactly this point of conflict between individual and official narration became my demanding ethical dilemma. I recognized three significant aspects influencing biographers' narratives in this context. Firstly, character of the official dominant narrative is crucial and problematic. After 1989, the central category of the interpretation of the communist dictatorship became the term regime. It was not only a set of state and party apparatus institutions, but usually became the acting subject of history. The idea that the regime was a kind of collective actor with its own psychology and intentions became relatively stable. Against so marked actor stood the society, representing the object of control and monitoring. I think that public and even academic, let's say official, discourse in Slovakia closely corresponds with this. Secondly, research social reality no longer exists and can be observed only exposed. Thus, interpretation of the past is always influenced by the current point of view. It always comes from the socially accepted outcome of the past action, take from the current position. Therefore, every narration starts from this position. A socialist life story must not be a happy end story, and the starting point is quite limiting. The local contexts are recognized as a third and significant aspect. To be placed out of the center of power and life at the periphery must have influenced the perception of their own life, as well as perception of the entire socialist era. Every biographer within my research is somehow connected with small industrial towns. I assume that life in the young, modern, etc. town led to satisfactory life, according to biographers' memories. And how biographers remember. I try to identify here the points where the big official narration collides with personal experience and individual memory, and I have chosen few topics where I see strong discrepancies and tensions, while every narrative was somehow related to this dominant narrative. These identified contra-narratives are reflected through various microstories which subvert the totalitarian historical interpretation, expressed by the citation, "It was not as they say now." Contra-narratives are possible to divide in certain groups: overacting, reconciliating, and apologetic narratives. First group of narratives, we were on the same ship, were focused exclusively on positive aspects, and these narratives were prevailing. They were highlighting the positive aspects of the era. They were focused on overall social climate and relationships. In general, biographers had perceived their private and work lives as happy and satisfied. No one cared who is who or how they managed everything. They thematized values such as equality, justice, even they emphasized freedom of speech or certainty. The second group, reconciliating narratives, and nothing happened to anyone. Narratives where biographers thematized relation to the regime in such a way that any criticism made during narration was eventually replaced by praise. For instance, narratives about limited traveling and religion during socialism appeared as too often repeated narratives used when biographers wanted to express something critical towards the regime, but finally have been supplemented with microstories about a lot of traveling outside country, how they didn't need to travel at all, or what they had was enough, or how they could practice religion without limitations, even if they were members of Communist Party, and how it was no problem with that. And third group, it was like that then. Narratives about surviving strategies within the existing system, about the relation to Communist Party, how they joined KS and as a rational decision because of some practical reason. It was like compulsory driving. How no one was convinced communist, and the real communists were always the others, and typical was rejection of responsibility on decision making, controlling, or having power. Emotions are present in every step and on every side of the research process. Researcher, biographer, reader, everyone is emotionally involved and no one is immune. On the biographer's side, what I found here weren't sad, crushed or traumatized survivors of totalitarian dictatorship. It were the life stories of ordinary people who tried to live comfortable lives. At the same time, I met sad and even angry people to whom after 1989 someone systematically claimed that their previous life has no sense anymore because it happened during dictatorship era. Therefore, they can't anymore enjoy from their memories. They felt ashamed because of any happiness or success. I met people with internal struggles who didn't know how to deal with the past, how to speak, even whether to speak about it. The people without voice, skipped citizens, whose life stories were not included into the big story of New Slovakia after 1989. On the researcher side, we cannot touch successfully the essence of the life story without agreeing with the respondent. For better understanding, we must be carried away. It is also important that the researcher's categories are by life stories constantly disrupted. Values and emotions enter into the science of the past and the present at every level of scientific practice. Rather than repressing emotion in epistemology, it is necessary to rethink the relation between knowledge and emotion. Whole discussion and discourse about socialism is still emotionally charged. We need these emotions, reflect and accept and include them into the knowledge. We need to see it as useful epistemic resource. I think that for the research community, it is time to break a taboo, try to replace black and white images with more colorful, maybe some, and to create a new, more balanced and fair narrative about communist past, with all its complexity, concurrently involving all the voices. Thank you very much for attention.
I have always been interested in stories, in the lives of ordinary people, in the history. Unfortunately, they are usually shrouded in mystery, stemming from a lack of sources related to them. However, the connection between the macro levels of history and the lives of individuals in the context of the social structures they are part of is important to understand the interaction between preparedness for action or agency and changing social structures. Perhaps we could interpret this position as regaining the weight of a life cycle perspective. That might be one of the reasons I have been engaged in ethnographic research of one specific house in Bratislava for almost 2 years now. I'm interested in stories about its life, more precisely about the lives of its inhabitants and their changes during the 20th and 21st centuries. My presentation focuses on the challenges related to doing research at home, in Slovakia, Bratislava, and furthermore at my earlier home, in the house I used to live in. I conducted 25 in-depth interviews with several inhabitants of the House Avion in various generations, mostly in the generation born in the 1930s and 1940s, and collected their stories of our house. As I realized, this research might be a kind of risky research because the informants are slowly passing away. The research still continues with a plan to continue with the interviews with more members of the 128 flats in the house and more members of the younger generation who nowadays often live elsewhere. Many historical events mentioned in some of the presentations of my colleagues are reflected in the narratives of my interview partners. Some cause them to leave the house, lose the neighbors, or on the contrary, enable them to move in the house and become the avion chance. In this way, I explore the ways of how can particular houses of flats or residential neighborhoods be associated with different symbolic values, in line with the works of Bourdieu, Mallet, Sloja, or Sonia Luterova for the Slovak environment. The idea transmitted from generation to generation in the house, reflected in all of the interviews, relates to avion being a palace or something special. It was initiated in the 1930s by a large group of intellectuals who founded a cooperative to construct a large and modern polyfunctional building with above-standard equipment. According to the narratives, the mother tongue of a large part of the first dwellers of the House Avion, doctors, dentists, lawyers, architects, painters, and musicians in the 1930s, was definitely not Slovak, mostly German or Czech, partly as a remnant of the middle-class trilingualism from the pre-war period. This generation of dwellers was replaced by new neighbors moving in after the year 1984. They call themselves monkeys, proletarian kids. However, not all of them were proletarian. New inhabitants used to be employed in administrative, financial sector, or medical sector, creating a kind of the middle class. Still, compared to the original inhabitants, they were the others. The 1960s in Bratislava are characterized by the need of an economical and efficient solution to the housing crisis. The Act of 26 February 1964 on housing management was issued and forced the occupiers of the sizable apartments to leave them to bigger families and move to a small one, to pay for the so-called oversize, or to accept sharing the apartment with a subtenant. And again, this change brought new dwellers to the House Avion. In the 1970s, the years of normalization, this time the others, or the newcomers, usually got the flats vacated by people who left Czechoslovakia after the Prague Spring in 1968. It was important to have the right connections in the group of the functionaries of People's Housing Cooperative. The newcomers were criticized even by the former proletarian dwellers who, already growing up in Avion, considered themselves as Aviončania, a kind of original inhabitants. It was often forgotten that their families got their apartments under very similar conditions after the Second World War. After 1989, the house continues its successful transformation story in the times of wild privatization of the early 90s. The inhabitants of the House Avion have decided to transform the socialist cooperative to a housing association of the dwellers. To fight some external privatization attempts, they used the archive documents from the 1930s kept in some families for decades. Supporting the image of a good address, a Facebook fan page was created where the dwellers contribute with various pictures and information about the house. The image of stability, safety, and control is expressed also in the collocation Palace Avion or Fortress Avion the dwellers use, maintaining control over private space as a crucial indicator of selfhood and their identity. However, in my paper, I would also like to discuss the concept of doing anthropology at home that is usually understood as studying the researcher's own culture by conducting fieldwork in his or her own country. Doing anthropology at home involves the same methodology as any other ethnographic research, same methods of data collection, like observations, informal discussions, as well as in-depth interviews or walking interviews related to a particular space. There is no necessity of a doorkeeper. However, I encountered several times that despite being my former neighbors, knowing me since childhood, and still living with my parents in the same house, some neighbors hesitated when they saw a recorder and often asked me to switch the recording off during some parts of their storytelling. They also sometimes decided to meet me in the cafe or outside in the courtyard and not invite me to their homes. Maybe one advantage of being a former neighbor is related to the problem probably all of us encountered this year, as the ethnographic fieldwork was made temporarily impossible by the coronavirus pandemic since March 2020. Doing anthropology from home, it was easier for me to connect via phone and not necessary to introduce myself and my research at length. Writing my field notes and trying to separate from the cultural immersion, after every interview or walking interview, I realized the definition of the other needs to be negotiated each time and in several ways. I used to live in House Avion, and my interview partners expected that some things didn't need to be explained to me. So I needed to ask them to come back to some topics and elaborate more on them. At the same time, I haven't lived in the house for almost 20 years, so I was considered a bit of an outsider with the necessity to explain foremost the current development of the house. Further, concerning the age positions that are produced within certain social interaction, including the context of interviewing people, I was having in mind the vulnerability of my aged interview partners. Similar to the experiences from my previous research related to old age and aging, my interview partners in high age sometimes abandon the learned rules how to present our lives in a biographical interview or live scripts. From that follows, while conducting research at home, the same ethical aspects should be applied as well. However, more challenges to come when discussing the results, the final version that should be published as a text giving voice to everybody, the middle class, kids, the proletarian monkeys, as well as the normalization avian dwellers from the 1970s. As the story presents a mosaic, often carrying contradictory messages, I decided to discuss the particular parts with them. This participatory approach might lead to blurring the boundaries between the interviewee and the interviewer. However, if the participants of the research are attempting to create a we, it is difficult for the interviewer to position himself or herself differently. I'm not in the stage yet of producing a coherent text, so I would like to welcome all of your comments and advice on this matter, and thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much to the dear presenters in this panel. I'm calling them dear because I know them all three well. So let me introduce you and say hello to Kamila Koza-Beňová, our colleague ethnologist from Banská Bystrica, from Matejs-Belz University, where she's a lecturer. And she's also participating on our common project. Which is organizing this whole event.
Yep.
Then there is Lubka Volanská, who is our colleague from the Institute of Ethnology and Social Anthropology at the Slovak Academy of Sciences, as well as Adam Wisner, our colleague from the next door at the Institute of the Ethnology and Social Anthropology as well. Okay, I will be the moderator of this panel, so I will take the privilege to give you the first question. And we organized this panel as sort of a methodological panel, and all three of you somehow touched the subject of subjectivity of the researcher. In the research. So there's also the problem of subjectivity for me is connected to the topic of vulnerability and being vulnerable as a researcher. So have you dealt with this in your project, and maybe in what way? if maybe Adam could start because he looks the most puzzled.
Thank you. I think it's a big question concerning both of the topics, like subjectivity is a big issue, it's a big theme. Vulnerability is a big theme. I have a blurred status. I have talked about it in the presentation, so I basically deal with the topics daily. I don't think you can basically do research without being vulnerable. If you follow postmodern humanistic feminist values, I think it goes hand in hand. So on my personal level, I deal with it every day because I think that collaborative approach basically is based on shared vulnerability, that we create the context and the content together. But I don't know if you meant any more specific topic, like a specific case, that I do not really recall anything from my research right now. Mm-hmm. But methodologically, yes, I do. I deal with it every day, basically.
Mm-hmm. Kamila or Lubka, do you want to jump in?
Okay, so maybe I start till Kamila will think about an issue. I was thinking more about the vulnerability of my interview partners, and the sharing is something that also helps you to open up and try to. I was really inspired by Adam's presentation, because try to take the whole interview situation as a gift and something that we are getting as we are actually in a hierarchical position with our interview partners. However, my problem in this whole debate is then the taking positions I was mentioning at the end of my presentation. Then when we create a collaborative we, then it's hard to take a opposite direction of argumentation, maybe. Or maybe, so I'm also dealing with this as I'm trying now to start to produce the text and trying to combine all these stories that are often contradictory of the inhabitants of my former home, which is a topic I really love writing about or dealing with. So I think we are more vulnerable as researchers when there is a topic that is really close to us, and we don't want to spoil the relationship with our partners in interviews.
Mm-hmm. Kamila, do you want to add something, or?
Maybe only agree that firstly, I think about vulnerability in the context of my biographers or respondents on the first place. But now I think it's all about emotions, how I said at the end of my presentation. And this is when maybe I feel mostly vulnerable, that I felt emotionally moved after all my interviews, especially if they mentioned some traumatic experiences, maybe. So in the context to Adam's presentation, that everyone of us can feel like psychotherapist without education, proper education. So maybe in this way, when I think about vulnerability.
Mm-hmm. I will follow with the question for Kamila, because we have got one question which was actually posed to the previous presentation, but Michal followed and he wrote it again, because he said that he can actually repeat this question and pose it to Kamila again, because he says that this is exactly that kind of scientific discourse that I totally miss in media. So nice compliment for you, Kamila. And he says, I think that he's talking about this question. I will just switch it to Slovak context. So do you think that Slovak public and media discourse about communism extrudes significant amount of people whose family memory was not so polarized or anti-communist? Meaning, are scientists successful in translating their demythologizing findings to the public? So this is like second question.
I think I have to read it because I don't.
Do you think that in Slovak general public discourse about communism, are there present also the voices of people who are not anti-communist or who don't have anti-communist narrative in their families? So are these voices included in the general discourse about communism? And if not, do we do enough as scientists to include this sort of narrative?
I think that I said in my presentation that I think no. Yes, I think that I said it. So, yes.
So yeah, you basically agree with him.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Oh, okay. To Luba, collaboration means, oh my God, this now moved, sorry. Collaboration means to leave some authority of the researcher during the project, including the results. Do you intend to involve your participants in your project and outcomes? So will the participants be included, will they be included in another parts of your project, in the process?
Yeah, that was basically one of the last paragraphs I wrote. That the intention is to let them read what is my interpretation, and let's discuss how do they feel, how do they think about, and I have to do that actually because I can't publish anything that from the ethical point of view would harm them, of course. And moreover, my parents still live in that house, so imagine that I would spoil their relationships to their neighbors.
Okay, but then may I add, what if they would be strongly opposing your stances and your interpretations?
And
what would you do then?
I think I will not use that. I can't use that. It's the same situation as I mentioned. Many times they ask me to switch off the recorder, or just not. They said that it's off record. I don't want you to write it down or just to use it. So I have a lot of information, but I think it's not a unique situation. We all came in the situation where we got information that can't be used in the analysis because the informants say, please don't use that. I don't agree with that. I just tell you as a person, as a friend, doing in-depth interviews, we really spent hours with your research partners. That means that our partners in the research, the interview partners. So the relationship is there, and we all are somehow sensitive, I think.
There's also one remark or question, it's more a remark, I would say, for Adam. Isn't your collaborative approach a traditional goal of oral history? Shared authority and the interplay of both intersubjectivities involved in the interview process.
Actually, I read the question on the Slido. I think it continues with commenting on the work of Stacy Zemczycki, saying it's excellent. And it's from Radka, no? I totally agree. And actually, reading the oral history of the record, it was the biggest inspiration for me to even start thinking of comparing the approaches that we use in postmodern therapy and in humanistic oral history. And I researched where this shared authority concept comes from. I think they started basically writing about it in early first decade of this century, like Lynn Abrams, Stacy Zemczycki, Anna Sheftel, while postmodern therapy, namely state and collaborative therapy, worked with this similar approach, just calling a different name, more than 50, 60 years. But what is, I think, more important is that it's not really important who came first. I think that what we can see now, how these two fields of study are like coming or stemming from very similar origins of postmodern philosophy, critical linguistics, etc. And it shows that maybe the notion of what therapy is now in the minds of oral historians is still kind of like old school, like analytical, because when you basically see what more systemic tradition does,
it's very often even like mocked within the analytical circles of psychology because, for example, collaborative approach, when it was born in 80s, it was criticized by other people from the same field as do nothing therapy, basically because it was constructed on dialogical approach. So that is basically where my inspiration comes from. What I wanted to say, that we do not really have to make such a big difference between these two things, because what is the common denominator is the dialogue. So I don't really think this is traditional. That's what Radka says. I think it's maybe more humanistic, maybe more postmodern, and then I definitely agree. That's my point.
Mm-hmm. I would like to speak a little bit about emotions, because concept of emotions or emotions are present in your 3 presentations, and you're thinking about your field work and doing interviews. And I think that there is, in 20 years, I'm involved in doing interviews, a huge development, because at the beginning, at the mid of 90s, there was like, please don't show your emotion during the interview. You are the professional and you should be like in a distance, step out from the emotional circle or whatever. And it was never my way how to do these interviews. And so I am happy today to speak about how emotions are important, not only during the procedure or the process of interview, of the relationship which we create during the interview, but also after, when we try to analyze, interpret, and for me, most important, understand why this concrete person is recollecting in this way and what she or he wanted to tell us. The meaning is like behind the narrative we collect, you know.
Okay. Yeah, yep. If I may follow with the question, follow your way of thinking. Do we have time still? Yes, we have 3 minutes. Super. So in Lubka's presentation, I don't know if it was in the presentation, but it was in the abstract for sure, was that I would like to quote, if the participants of the research are attempting to create a we, it is difficult for the interviewer to position himself or herself differently. And my question would be, and if you, maybe each of you could answer briefly, is it necessarily to do so? To try not to be we?
One more question.
I mean, like if we shouldn't attempt to create a we, yeah, like in the collaborative approach, or just to listen.
Whether we should attempt to not to be we, you know, to be the listener and the one who is talking, or the recipient and the narrator. If there should be a distinguished border between these two, or how is this supposed to be handled in this sort of conversation? For example, in terms of being submissive and dominant as a interviewer.
I think it's contextual based. So sometimes you don't have a problem to create a we when you agree with your interview partner, and sometimes it is difficult to create a we, and then it's I just can tell my experience. I try not to be in the hierarchical position of judging somebody and trying to correct the information that might be wrong, for example, because he or she has a reason why the information looks like it does, or why the historical data might be explained in a different way as I remember, or my narrative might be different than hers or his. So I think you can't have one recipe or one answer to this question.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm wondering what my colleagues think.
Maybe if I may, I think that it's always negotiation in the research, is the process. So everyone must deal with it in his own way or her own way in the research. So for someone is it necessary and crucial, for someone is different. So maybe like this.
So it's situational, basically.
Yeah.
Mm. Adam, would you like to add something?
I wanted to say that I think I agree with both of you. I think it's it's a process, and it's also contextual. But maybe just from my personal experience, I talked about not knowing approach because it's very specific approach, which basically stems from not attempting to do anything. It's based on genuine curiosity. It means that like when you talk to a person, you basically follow what happens. So there's no intention and you don't know what the outcome will be. On the other hand, what happened to me that very often I was put in the position of someone who should be an expert, who is a hierarchy, who should know about what the people tell. And it was a slightly uncomfortable with me because that when the negotiation had to come, so I think I was expected to judge people's life, and very often they, in the end, told me that they didn't expect that I wouldn't. So I basically dealt with completely different scenario, but in this case, the not knowing approach helped me because it's very beneficial for not pursuing your own personal agenda as an expert or as someone who represents the knowledge maker or etc. So.
Okay. There came one last question, but the answer has to be very brief. It's for Lubka, actually. So it's from Saskia Pöčke. Have you thought about the risk of mixing the emotions, feelings you have in connection with the house as a former resident with the narratives of your interviewees? And if you involve this in your methodological considerations?
Yes, thank you very much for this question. This is actually the aim to look at it or to apply the autoethnographic approach. So in the production of the text, and I use all my field notes and thank you. This is exactly the way I plan to go, but it will be the first time for me. So I didn't work like that till now, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity and that I was inspired by my colleagues.
So you started with your childhood home. What the best way to start autoethnography, basically?
I think it has to be something that is deeply under your skin.
Course, yeah.
It has to be something that you really have feelings or emotions, negative or positive, and you have to deal with them. So
something you cannot run away from.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you very much, dear colleagues, and see you at some other occasions.
Yeah.
Some of you tomorrow even.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
for my analysis because I share. Hello, everybody. Thank you for invitation me for conference. The theme of my presentation is the Stalinist past in the contemporary Russian cinema, reconfiguration of memory. The goal of my studies is to consider how the public memory in the contemporary Russian TV comprehends and reconstructs the Soviet history and everyday life in the cinema. As the method of my research, I use the ideas of Aleida Assmann, James Young, and Alexander Etkin on the memory studies, as well as the film studies of Christian Metz, who considered cinema as cultural unconsciousness of a society, and the concept of Miriam Hirsch on the traumatic memory. I want to concentrate on several representative Russian TV series, which all devoted to a post-war Soviet life in 1946. They are Liquidation, Marina Rossa District, and Leningrad 46. The problem of reworking the memory came to the focus in the European science in the context of the commemoration of the Holocaust and the possibilities of including this traumatic memory in the national public memory. According to Aleida Assmann, in the contemporary Western societies, the memory of the Holocaust has suppressed the memory of the Second World War, and its official higher status in Western Europe has led to the competition among national communities for the status of a victim. The recognition of the national community as a victim in the contemporary world gives it a certain moral privilege to be right in any present actions because of the tragic past. The memory of the Great Patriotic War, the struggle of the Soviet people against the German invasion of 1941-1945, took the central place in the Soviet public memory. Because of several reasons, the losses of the Soviet Union were really unprecedentedly great, more than 27 million people and about 17 million civilians among them. Another reason had the ideological source. The Soviet state believed that the official commemoration of the war should unite the Soviet society, which consisted of many ethnic groups with the different experience of the war and survival. That is, the memory of the past in the Soviet society was constructed mostly from the position of a victorious soldier. Much less attention was paid to the memory of the captivity, concentration camps of the Holocaust and Stalinist repressions. The destroying of the Soviet Union and the destroying of the heroic narrative of the Soviet past led to the fact that the focus of attention in the post-Soviet society shifted from the Second World War to the period of Stalinism. In the 1990s, Stalinism and the Gulag were to be seen in the public discourse as the most traumatic period in the Soviet history, comparable to the trauma of the Holocaust in the European society. However, since the mid-1990s, the post-Soviet societies have been tired of the plenty of historical revelations and dramatization of the Soviet past. The witnesses of the Soviet time were still alive, and the post-Soviet people felt a certain dissonance between the public discourses of the vilification of the Soviet history and their own internal memories of the Soviet everyday life. The screenwriters and directors try to find their artistic balance for the different types of the Soviet memory on the past in cinema. My idea is that the commemorative trend in the contemporary Russian cinema has drifted from the Great Patriotic War as the main focus of interest of the mass audience to the everyday life of a Soviet ordinary people under Stalin. In my opinion, the post-Soviet society, divided by polar points of view on the significance of the Soviet history, an important source of self-consciousness for many post-Soviet people, became the appeal to the artistic studies of the emotions and way of life of a generation of the 1940s, 1960s. There was made in many recent Russian novels, films, and TV serials. Their writers and directors tried to reconstruct the spirit of the peaceful Soviet everyday life, to visualize the Soviet post-war past not from the parade side of the life, but through the optics of kitchen, street, and bedroom. I chose the genre of TV series as the material for my analysis because I share the views of the American scholar Lee Drummond that the popular genres and their plots widespread in the certain culture are the most useful for understanding the political and social-cultural moods in society. In 2007, the TV series Liquidation was screened by director Sergei Ursulak, and this TV series were devoted to the post-war Odessa of 1946. There are many conceptual and artistic decisions in this film that made the film a kind of discovery for the audience. The main character of the film is a Jew, a military officer who fought in the Second World War and then became a criminal investigator in police. Despite the fact that the large number of Jews fought in the Soviet army and in the Soviet partisan detachments, the Soviet cinema almost never made a Jew the main character in the cinema. During the Soviet period, several films devoted to the Holocaust issue were shot, for example, the Uncovered, the Commissar, the Lady Stealer, but they portrayed Jews mostly as defenseless victims of the Nazi genocide. The image of a main character in the Liquidation as a brave, highly professional officer, a war hero, and a successful investigator was a fundamentally new trend in the Russian cinema. Most of main and supporting characters in that movie were Jews by nationality as well, and the film presents a kind of Soviet utopia of Jewish state, where Jewish policemen hunt down Jewish criminals, the Jews serve in the army, Jews work in stores, theaters, and cinema. Historically, Odessa was the most Jewish city in the Russian Empire and in the Soviet Union. But during the Nazi occupation, almost all the Jews of Odessa and the Soviet Black Sea region were destroyed by the Nazis. So the post-war Jewish Odessa in the film is a kind of memory about the dream, about the pre-war Odessa. The next popular TV series, Mariina Roshcha District, presented the post-war life in Moscow in 1946. Each episode of the film depicts a short story about the post-war life of Moscovites, relations of people in communal apartment, orphanhood, the present poverty of some families, and luxurious life of officials, rationing system and speculation on the black market. One of the new aspects was the representation of the post-war fates of the Soviet demobilized officers who, being retired, cannot find a well-paid job for themselves and fit into the civilian life. Stalinism is clearly presented in the film, in the fear experienced by many personages of the film when they interacted with the authorities and police. At the same time, the film director inserts into the film the shots of the Soviet post-war chronicle from May Day demonstrations. people with joyful faces, as if making it clear that despite the lack of material comfort and freedom, people had a feeling of happiness because the war was over. They have faith in a good future. They have private lives, families, friends. It is also memory not only about everyday realities of the post-war Soviet life, but about the Moscow where private life is more significant than ideological slogans and pressure of state. The post-war Moscow in that cinema is presented as the bourgeois city, the cult of love, beautiful things, loyal friendship with men of honor and beautiful women, despite the hard daily life. The most dark memory of the Soviet past is presented in the epic TV series Leningrad 46. The main character of the series returns from the front to Leningrad in 1946, having gone through the German captivity and the Soviet penal camp. He lost his flat and family because of official intrigues at the rear. Then he was on the battlefield. In this film, the trauma of repressions is personalized in the images of the immoral bureaucrats with whom the character takes revenge in order to restore justice in his life. Film presents much gunfire, killings, pursuits, and the post-war Leningrad depicted there for the first time, not as a city after the Nazi blockade, but as a city of the post-war crimes, poverty, shutdown between gangs, in which ordinary people suffer. To sum up, the attention of the new Russian cinema is drawn to the images of not heroes of the war or famous victims of the repressions, but to the ordinary Soviet citizens who tried to build their personal lives, careers, friendship in the situation of pressure from the Soviet state, of common fear in the society, deficiency of goods, post-war hunger, and loss of their loved ones. The contemporary directors of films about the Soviet past move away from the clear opposition, good or bad. They include the plot motives that they are taboo in Stalin's Soviet cinema, such as repressions, the Holocaust, German prisoners of war in the Soviet Union, sexual violence against women, the brutality of army commanders, and many others. As a rule, the popular TV series presents the new historical knowledge about the Soviet past, but in the artistic images of a Soviet utopia of a normal life, with the love and family stories, or a Soviet idyllia of Jewish state, which could be, if not for Holocaust, or the Soviet criminal adventures in style of Count of Monte Cristo. The discovery of new trends in the Russian cinema demonstrates attempts of directors and society to find a cultural and artistic balance for the contradictory memory of the Soviet past.
We can find also memes. Hello. In next few minutes, I would like to focus on very specific career of the memory, which is internet meme culture. And I would like to focus on memes related to the person of Yugoslav leader Josip Broz Tito. In intentions of contemporary narratology, I would like to consider the internet meme as some kind of text in which the same mechanism can be observed that then on the background of high culture, as well as on the background of popular culture. There are more definitions of internet meme. For purposes of this presentation, I would like to work with the definition of meme as conventionalized text iconic composition built on the basis of a specific scheme and shared on internet. I listed some distinctive features of the internet meme culture. For us, the most important of them are anonymous authorship, strong influence of conventions, brevity, and the tendency of decontextualization of the underlying visual and thematic material, which is really important when we deal with memes exploring some historical themes. As for this convention, it is important to say that the anonymity of the meme culture and its typical convention based on communication in English makes it difficult to determine whether and to what extent the analyzed material is created in the cultural context of the former Yugoslav countries. A basic analysis of the structure of users actively responding to these memes on social networking sites allows us to conclude that the community of its recipients is international and it is not limited to the members of ex-Yugoslav nations and societies. Following the meme culture centered around the person of Tito, we can distinguish some main thematic clusters. The first cluster are memes related to the history. The most large group of memes are memes related to the motive of anti-fascism and Second World War, but we can find also memes referring to the Cold War, to the split with Stalin, to the disintegration of Yugoslavia, or to the activities of the Titovian repression apparatus, and also referring to the events from Tito's personal life. The second clusters are memes articulating some contemporary perspective, such as critics towards contemporary Balkan states. We can see here the meme referring to the visit of Serbian president in the US and comparing it with Tito's visit. We can find some memes referring to Corona crisis. And of course, there are a lot of memes expressing some nostalgia after Yugoslavia and after Tito. The third thematic circle are memes which deal with some timeless threats, such as some aspects of Balkan reality and everyday life, such as drinking rakia or eating cevapi, but also reflecting some selected physical and characterological features of Tito. And there are also a lot of memes which are centered about some humorous images of him. Josip Broz was an object of strong cult of personality during the whole socialist era in Yugoslavia. His cult was from the very beginning based on some mythological aspects. The most significant of them included the modes of presentation of Tito's origins and his rise to power, heroic narrations about his military achievements, and some kind of sacralization through official rituals and commemoration in the public space. Another element of mythization was emphasizing specific features of Tito, such as courage, bravery, strength, justice, and physical beauty as well. All of these elements are also present in the memes, which is expressed in frequent reproduction of specific set of biographical topics. An interesting example of memes referring to the narrative structures that accompanied Tito's official image in the socialist era are also those expressing some positive feelings for Tito, such as dreaming about to meet him, which was really frequent in some propaganda text of the era, such as missing him, grieving after him, or there are also memes which express some kind of celebration of the fascination about his person. And also, as we can see, there are some memes which deal with some kind of sacralization, even compared Tito with Jesus. A peculiar tool of, and a similar attitude is perhaps surprisingly often evidenced also in memes which thematize the topic of the Goliotok political prison. It is usually linked to the reflection of various, both serious and banal problems of the contemporary world. References to Goliotok often appear in memes designed as commentaries that can be used in the internet discussions. Its context are the problems of the world and the virtual sphere, such as racism, corruption, pedophilia, crime, but also stupidity or boredom. Tito acts there as a subject advising Goliotok as a possible solution to these problems. And Goliotok is, in this context, also some kind of attribute of his power. Another tool of mythization during the socialist era was, however, also a thematization of the leader, which, following Bakhtin, can be included in the culture of popular laughter, such as anecdotes about his person. As stated by Serbian folklorist Ljubinko Radenkovic, the most common Tito's features in these humoristic stories are his cunning, cleverness, and insolence. In those anecdotes, Tito emerges victorious from all conflicts and skirmishes, always remains independent, and does not hesitate to outsmart powerful world leaders. These motives are also really frequent in memes, especially in the context of Yugoslavia's unique position during the Cold War. Among the archetypes realized in building the image of Tito as a meme hero, however, we can also find contemporary narrative figures. In this respect, the most interesting groups of memes seem to be those that use the motives of bodily attractiveness of the Yugoslav leader, as well as his hedonist behavior and style. The image of Josip Broz is generally subject to creative modification there, which goes beyond the representation of a historical figure, and it becomes a carrier of a kind of autonomous narrative, the primary function of which is to articulate the aspiration and ideals of the community of meme users. As you can see, some of these memes are a little bit vulgar as well. In the underlined emblems of corporality, such as passion, seductiveness, animality, or sybaritism, which are often combined also with themes of Tito presented as a warrior or a rebel, it is not difficult to find analogies with pop culture superheroes and narratives centered about them, around them. This narrative fits in with the genre formed by the spy stories created on the Western side of the Iron Curtain, such as James Bond series. The archetypal and universal nature of mythical heroes requires their actions to be predictable. Umberto Eco speaks in this context about the consumability of the hero. In this context, it is also significant that most superhero stories take place in a kind of timelessness, and similar suspension in time can be observed in the case of mimic narratives about Josip Broz. Tito's Yugoslavia functions here as a kind of heterotopia that becomes a screen for projection of the desires and dreams of a virtual fan community, which is not limited to the persons from ex-Yugoslav space. Yugoslavia becomes also a backdrop that unfolds a fascinating story about a better world which was possible and its charismatic leader. Thank you for your attention.
Hello. Firstly, let me say that I'm very happy to be able here with you, at least in this online environment. My paper is called The First Czechoslovak People's Democratic President and the Period of Late Stalinism According to Diplomatic and Personal and Other Presents. Materials from the collection Klement Gottwald, The Personality Cult. In the years 2014 and 2017, the National Museum in Prague has been taken over collections of the former Museum of the Working Class Movement, in Czech Muzeum dělnického hnutí. This institution originated as a succession of former so-called party museums, such as Vladimir Ilyich Lenin Museum, the first Lenin's museum outside of the Soviet Union, opened in November 1953. The Museum of Klement Gottwald opened on the dead Gottwald's anniversary in November 1954, and the youngest one, Julius Fučík Museum, which actually existed hardly 2 years, in 1988 and 1989. The fusion into one institution, legally a non-profit organization, happened in 1990 after the Velvet Revolution, and it represented a successful way how to preserve the collections in almost intact conditions, as many other institutions and materials of similarly ideologically tainted character were simply dispersed, lost, or even purposely destroyed. However, some 25 years later, in order to secure the relative completeness of its collections in times of decreasing funding, the Museum of the Working Class Movement decided to donate its collection to the National Museum in Prague. The National Museum accepted this rather large donation and subsequently has received a substantial funding from the Applied Research and Development of National and Cultural Identity Program, so-called NAKI 2, provided by the Czech Republic Ministry of Culture, for the project with a bit complicated name, the Museum of Working Class Movement in the 21st Century, presentation of the use of the museum collection created in the era of state socialism and the ways of use of its materials for professional and wide public. This project is solved together with the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, which focuses on the uses of collections in history education. The collection consists of some 400,000 items of collectibles of various characters, objects of visual art, posters, militaria, flags and standards, honors, models, photographic and film material, and books and booklets gathered in the museum library. These are sustained by the museum section of the newer and contemporary Czech history. However, an extensive part of collection represents the archival part preserved in the National Museum archive. This is the place where I work. Here the museum has taken over a vast material such as registries and other administrative agenda of above-mentioned museums, personal collections, for example, Julius Fučík and Gusta Fučíková collection, archives of public movements, for example, the Peace Movement, material related to central congresses of Czechoslovak Communist Party, namely salutations and work commitments addressed to individual congresses. For example, the 9th Congress in 1949 was very popular. Then the material originating on occasions of political representatives' visits and towns and industrial or agricultural organizations' representations of various character addressed to political authorities. Usual items represent photographic albums created on occasion of political authority visit to the town or organization, honorary citizenship in case of towns and cities, and presence and work commitments in case of industrial or agriculture and other organizations, often in a form of advertisement or propagation material. However, a unique autonomous part of the collection is a set I provisionally named Klement Gottwald, the Personality Cult Collection, to indicate that the collection is not a usual personal collection such as the already mentioned Julius Fučíková collection, which actually consists of de persona papers. The Klement Gottwald collection contains various material mostly connected with the Gottwald's personality cult, as it flourished between 1945, respectively 1946, when the Czechoslovak Communist Party won the election and Gottwald became the prime minister, and the year 1958, which was the year when the exposition of Gottwald's presence was finally cancelled. I'm going to talk about this even later. Namely, there are birthday wishes and congratulations on various other occasions, work commitments addressed to Gottwald on various occasions or on a continual basis, reports of 5 years, 2 years, working plans, or other reports of work, commitment executions, and gifts and other donations of which Klement Gottwald was the recipient. Originators of such material included both institutions and individuals. However, more or less official and system-connected organizations such as municipal and regional authorities, factories and companies, leftist movement units, yet also interest groups of no political agenda such as the Chess Players Association represented usual bodies which used to send this kind of mail and deliveries. It was sometimes goods and products to the communist leader. Thereby, the individual senders and the form of their consignments distinguish very well from the institutionalized ones. How important form of the material these documents and artifacts represented, at least at those times, testifies the fact that between February 1952 and October 1958, the exhibition of presents for Klement Gottwald took place in Lobkowicz Palace at the Prague Castle. In fact, this rather specific project was formally something between an exhibition, a museum, and a monument or a commemorating place. Its exhibits, in fact, indeed constitutes a core part of our Klement Gottwald The Cult of Personality collection. In its time, this yearly exhibition represented a highly supported and widely advertised event, seeking a mass attendance. Sometimes the opening hours of this exposition ended only at the midnight. However, its concept was reconsidered right after Gottwald's death. Authors decided to reorganize it and to move the exhibition to other less attractive place. But before those plans were finished, the personality cult had become obsolete, and similar expositions lost their attractiveness completely. In my present archival research and work, my aim is to assess the Klement Gottwald The Personality Cult collection as a testimony of the period custom and sentiments ranging from a highly personalized expressions to stereotyped and formalized ways of fulfilling certain established forms of ideological affirmation to sometimes extremely emotional and individualized professions addressed to the apatheticized leader. Also, the collection may show how the life in the people's democracy regime of the 50s influenced the values and attitude attested by the exemplary presence and other material from the collection. In addition, I am concerned with the issue of methodology and historiography approach towards this newly assessed material, and perhaps even with creation new one. Also, I'm going to characterize and categorize iconography reflected in the images of such material. For example, iconography used in relation to the ideal of namely industrial and agricultural work, in relation to the political and diplomatic ties and links, and in relation to the ideal characteristics of the leader and other political subjects. And also, on contrary, in relation to criticized and obsolete features remaining within the political system. Last but not least, let me ask you if there is anybody being working or simply interested in similar type of material or collections from the state communism's period in general. Let's get in touch and share our experience.
Hello, everybody. My name is Slauka Očenešova, and I'm very pleased that I will be chairing this final panel of today and chairing the discussion. This is the last panel, but nevertheless, the presentations were extremely interesting. So please let me just remind you that you heard the presentation from Victoria Sukovata, who is currently based at Kharkiv National Karazin University. Our second presentation was by Marta Harasimovic, who is based in Charles University, Prague. And the third one was by Markéta Kaburková from the National Museum Archive in Prague. So we have heard a presentation about the current images of Stalinist past in contemporary Russian cinema, about the postmodern cultural images of Josip Broz Tito as appearing in internet memes, and also about the collection of Klement Gottwald and its analysis, the collection that was created in 1950. So I see that we have already the first questions, so I will be very happy to read. The first question we have is for Victoria, and this question was posed by Radka, and Radka would like to know, do you think, Victoria, that this shift from heroism to ordinary may be attributed to today's confessional culture in which private or ordinary is privileged?
Thank you for this question. It's a very interesting approach to this topic. And I think that it's true that depiction of private life of ordinary people during Stalinism is close to thinking and emotions of contemporary people who want to know how was private life more 70 or 80 years ago organized. So it was very different from today life, or it was close to our emotions, sexuality, gender relations, and home organizing. And I think that some directors and screenwriters feel as experienced and sensitive people feel emotions, moods of contemporary audience and try to show not only heroic narratives or heroic way of life or only suffering, only dramatic and tragedy, but try to show something common life, because many people in that time were not heroes and were not martyrs only, but mostly people wanted and had normal, ordinary life. But during many years, audience, spectators, and readers try to think that many years ago everybody was only or martyrs or heroes or Stalin's perpetrators. But normal life show that past was more complicated and more different when we want to think now, and how we try to show only black and white way. So this movie was popular. It seems me that cinemas were popular, especially because they try to show different ways of ordinary life of many people.
Thank you, Victoria. We have second question. It's from Tjasha, and the question is for Marta. And the question is it possible, given the meme's anonymity and online use, to pin down, or at least to some extent, the time and place in which different meme narratives, in this case concerning Tito and Yugoslavia, emerge? And then what would the connection suggest? Marta, your microphone, please.
Yeah. I'm sure. It is interesting question, but it's quite difficult question. You can examine the memes regarding the themes on which it refer. You can analyze it regarding some moment of appearing this concrete actual memes, but generally it is really difficult to estimate when specific memes appear. So there are a lot of memes which are quite old. It means in this context it is, I don't know, 4 years old or something like that. But generally, the meme culture is really ephemeric. So the basic feature of the meme culture is this ephemeric nature. So a lot of narratives are reproduced after in many variations after appearing of original meme, but generally it is really difficult to consider it in this diachronic context. So I'm not sure if it is the answer for the question, but it's really interesting issue.
Yeah. I actually would have one connecting question, and it is like, do you also focus on the response of the recipients of these images? Do you, for example, track the discussions, and can you see there, like, let's say, who are the consumers or recipients of these messages, and how do they react? Can you tell us something about this, maybe?
Yeah. I checked the reactions as well in social networking sites, mainly on Facebook and some not so popular networking sites like Reddit or in Instagram too, and it is really interesting. I included in my presentation that really the community of the consumers is really large. There are a lot of people from ex-Yugoslav countries, but also a lot of people from abroad too, and. Regarding some discussions and reactions, it is quite like the reactions are not so sophisticated. But we can see that some of teams of memes are really popular and get really large and emotional reactions. For example, that nostalgic memes are really usually have a lot of reactions, a lot of positive reactions, but we have also some negative reactions as well. It is just about disagreeing with the statements, with this fascination about Tito. It is more this disagreeing reactions are more are present more in the post-Yugoslav community of the consumers. But generally, as I told in the presentation, or actually I don't, I haven't told it. Interesting thing is that that majority of the memes related to Tito are really positive. There are some negative memes, but or some neutral memes, but majority of it is really it's some expression of positive feelings. So in the reactions of the consumers, of the users of Facebook, these affirmative reactions are also really present.
Thank you, Marta. Now I would pass to the question that we have for Marketa, but then we can come back, of course. So Monica would like to ask Marketa, analyzing the Gottwald Museum documents, could you see a dynamic of his images? Is there a connection with the social political situation in the country? And if I may, I would add here one more question. It's like, what is the present day image of Klement Gottwald in the Czech society? Is there a plurality of contested images, or is there mainly one singular narrative, or is there a forgetting? Is it more an amnesia? So if you could a little bit contextualize us more into present. Thanks.
Well, this is very, very, very complicated and multi-layered question. So let me start with the picture of Gottwald within the materials of Klement Gottwald Museum. So we have in the National Museum Archive, we have registrators and administrative agendas, such as, for example, the papers related to the exhibition preparations, exhibitions which took place in the Museum of Klement Gottwald. So we can at least partly reconstruct the some development which took place within this museum, but I must say that the work is really at the beginning, and it was we have this material few years, and we are still at the beginnings of assessing the material, so the work is ahead of us. So I'm afraid I'm not able to say to answer this question yet, but we are definitely dealing with this type of questions. And for example, my colleague who works in the department of the National Museum, which manages the artifacts, like 3D artifacts, not archival part, but artists' works, etc. She deals with the history of the Clement Gottwald Museum specifically, and she is going to publish in this field, I think, very soon. And about Clement Gottwald in present Czech society, really, this is not a question for me, I'm afraid. I think maybe I can say that what Clement Gottwald is for me it's the historical topic I am dealing with now, and it's not the personality of Clement Gottwald, it's his image as it was as we can see it in some specific type of material, of historical paper material. And this material is very specific in its ideological, let's say, characteristics. So.
And is there an interest in Czech academia, let's say, in this topic, to explore and to deconstruct the image and reconstruct the image of Clement Gottwald in generally?
Well, yeah, I would say yes, that the period of early communism in Czechoslovakia is research, and also the developments later, because we can see the Gottwald's period in the 50s. Then we had this end of the, let's say, cult, personality cult in the end of the 50s, then the reform 60s, and then it was kind of a revival of Clement Gottwald myth or cult, a bit in the normalization in 70s and early 80s. So I think all these periods are researched, and we can see some developments in these topics.
Yeah, thank you very much. I see that we have no more questions coming through Slido, so I would give a word now to Monika. Thank you very much, all the presenters, and Monika, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Slavka. So thank you for your presentation. The panel was very interesting, brought inspiring topics, and your approaches were interesting for me. I hope that they were interesting also for our followers and people who are watching us. The first rather long day of our conference is at the end. I hope that you enjoyed it and that you will be with us tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. again. So thank you for your interest and attention, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.